I've been walking down this road for a long, long time, searching for a reason, searching for a sign. The dust upon my boots is all I have to show for the miles I've traveled and the places I go. Oh, the wind blows cold and the night is long, but I'll keep on singing my weary song until the morning light breaks through the gray and I find my way back home someday. The stars above are silent, they don't say a word, just the sound of my own footsteps.
My mind is telling me no, but your authority telling me yes. Baby, I don't wanna hurt your body. There is something that I must confess to you. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle, with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong, baby. Hey, I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong. See, I know just what you want, and I know just what you need, girl. So baby, bring your booty to me. Bring your booty back. I'm not playing around with you. Your booty is what is true. With me is where your booty should be. Girl, you need someone like me, yeah, to finger your backside and give you the need. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong, baby, baby, baby. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong.
Get yourself situated.
He doesn't finger right, then babe, spend the night. I thumb you like you need to be thumbed. Girl, come mess with me. No need to look no more, because we're making our own porn. You'll never get another like me. You'll never fuck another me. You need someone like me, yeah, to finger your
What's good, everybody? What is good? How are you guys doing this evening? Hopefully, you're in the spirit. You're in the spirit of getting your booty tickled. Anyway, what's up? I am your guy for the evening. Of course, your guy, Wrestler. You guys just walking into the building, hitting a little bit of that flavor. Then we got a little bit of a conversation. So hopefully you're a little bit hyped. I know I'm a little bit hyped. And we'll get this all good and cracking. Now, if you haven't seen the actual title for the episode this freaking evening, we're talking about, are you smart or just obedient? You don't know where I'm going with it. But I think this is a very big conversation I need to have with some people because, quite frankly, I was having a conversation with a lot of people who happen to be up and coming professionals. Yes, I was around campus grounds, by the way. I promise you, she's legal. She's legal. But I was around campus grounds having a conversation, chopping it up with a few people, and it made me really think about the particular conversation I want to have tonight about people and their education. So as you walk up in the building, do yourselves a favor and say what's up in the chat. Hit that like if you haven't already. I don't know why. The likes are free. It's not like I be over here begging for fucking money.
Wait, what?
Come on. You know better. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. You know I don't be out here begging for money. So say what's up in the chat. Get yourself acclimated. And then we're going to, of course, dive into a bit of the subject. So you cannot play around when it comes to people, when it comes to the idea of whether they are people who are smart or rather they are just being obedient, because everybody wants to believe that they are smarter than the average bear. Everybody wants to believe that they can all steal a picnic basket if they really wanted to. You cannot apply what you do not have access to. Let me say that one more time. You cannot apply what you do not have access to. This is the part that is 100% true, regardless of how you're going to try to spin it for yourself. And I think that people hear the conversation like this and they immediately think about what to swing in stupid damn directions with whatever they're trying to look for, right? Now, facts don't really matter as to what they're trying to put out into the open. Like memory doesn't matter. Like structure doesn't matter. Like none of this shit actually matters. No. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. We're gonna have to really have a conversation that opens up a bit of your brain stems and a bit of your psyches to be able to have this conversation. Because some things need to be in your head. I'm not saying that it doesn't. If they're not in your head, then what exactly are you working with, to be honest with you? Think about that for a moment. If it's not in your head, what you guys be working with? So yes, some access to some things that you need to learn matter. Some, not the majority though. And still, having access to something and knowing what to do with it are two completely different things. This is the part that schools blur, because schools will look at a person who can remember the material, move through that format correctly, and hand an answer back in a way that the system recognizes. And that person gets heralded as smart. Sometimes that reading, that material that they get are actually work. There you go. It's actually correct. It's actually right. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes I think it just means that the person knows how to function with inside of a school society, a school framework. And those are not automatically the same things. That really is what I'm trying to get at for today. You know, school likes what it can check, to be honest with you. But many jobs are like this as well. And jobs are also based upon what they get from school because of the whole industrial systems kind of thing. Anyway, but schools like to know that the information that they're getting are things that can fact check because they're the ones who are giving it out. Can you remember what we told you is generally what the premise is, not the premise that you came up with or the idea that you came up. Can we fact check it to see if it's actually something that's tangible that can be beneficial to the subject at hand? That's not what school likes to do. School doesn't like to do a lot of work. It's funny enough. As much as we talk about the education system and it costs to think, school doesn't like to do a lot of thinking. It doesn't. It has a checklist. It has this multiple choice. It has its rights and wrongs. It doesn't like nuance. It likes what it can actually score. Is the point that I'm getting at. It likes what it can actually move through without a whole lot of mess behind it. And don't get me wrong. I get why. I understand why. A classroom is a system. It is a pace. It is a structure. It is a bunch of people in a room with deadlines, with rules, with grades. So, of course, it leans towards students who fit within that system as cleanly as possible. Those who are the most cleanest as possible gets the most accolades, right? Gets the most celebration. And that does not make students fake, by the way. It means that the system has a preference, like we all do. And that preference often gets mistaken for proof. Though I should have to hit that right there. I think that's very important. It gets mistaken for proof. And that's where a lot of people get confused about intelligence because they grow up thinking that a person who does well in school must be the most capable person overall. And that can be true. It could be. It it can also mean that this very person is incomplete. A person who can excel at school can still be rather weak at life, in areas of life where they actually have to deal with things in real time. They can also follow a structure very well and still get bogged up in the struggles once the structure is no longer there and intact for them. I'm thinking about people in the medical field, for instance. I'm thinking about people in some areas of business or even in government, to be honest with you. Even people who happen to be in my good old field of compliance. They can meet expectations and still not know what to do when nobody can explain to them what the expectations are first for the area that they need to be in. And this happens all of the time, by the way. It really does. And on the other side, there are people who never look impressive in school. Let me say this again. There are people who never look impressive in school. That was me for half of my school journey. And it had nothing to do with them being dumb. Their minds just didn't really adapt to the whole school friendly way of doing things. They may have needed the whole thing. They may have needed the whole thing before the details were made sense of. And this is why I talk to a lot of people who do reverse engineering before reverse engineering was actually a thing. They may have actually understood more than they could have actually explained with the approved format. So if just because me or other people can understand something doesn't mean that we're able to explain things. It's like this. It's like people who languages, right? There are people who can understand languages and can't speak to save their life. There are people who speak to me in Spanish. There are even some people that speak to me in Japanese and I can understand the basis, the core of what they're getting at, what they're talking about. But in order to explain things back to them, can't do it. And this is so interesting about human beings because it's so interesting. How can you understand something but you can't speak back? The brain is very interesting when it comes to people, but this is something that actually does happen, you know. So these people, they may look bad on paper, let's say, and still have the real intelligence, the real spine, the real backbone that the classroom did not hold as something that's considered to be respectful. If that makes sense to you guys. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you guys. Because life will hit at some point, and that person starts making more sense than the people who sit there and regurgitate a lot of stuff. But when it comes to implementation, when it comes to shit that's outside the box, they're not able to really deal with it. So, something to think about. Before I dive a little bit into it, because I want to say what's up to everybody, I'm going to mark this part in my mind. Hold up. Let me mark this part in my mind where I'm at right now. I should really write on my desktop, but I'm going to write this down real quick so I don't lose my point. Cool. All right. So, before I move forward, I want to say, of course, thank you to everybody who's already walked into the room. Some might be 10, it might be 4, it might be whatever. People bouncing back and forth, and we've had conversations and episodes about that before, so I want to go from the top. From the top! We got, of course... Ooh, I haven't done this in a while. Sorry, guys. This is like the third stream now. I'm on StreamYard. I'm on StreamYard. I'm trying to remember how to do things on StreamYard. Because it's been a while. So we're gonna go back to old school wrestler. We got KM that's in the building. Blizzy Blind is in the building, of course. He said, fuck your music. And nothing's wrong with Kid Rock. You was bouncing to Kid Rock before he got really boring too, all right? I know you was there for sure, rocking with Kid Rock when he was fucking Pamela Anderson. So you can stop hating on Kid Rock. Just honey, you're home. I'm happy that you're home. Penelope in the building. Jen is in the building. What's good, Jen? Jen is up here in the building. We got Peace Dynamo in the building as well. And I know we have more people that's in here lurking as well because the numbers do not reflect. Oh, yo, what's up on the kick side? What's good, Bib? Bibcool? Is that the way to say your name? Bibicool? Bibicool. Oh, smart. Very smart. I love it. Biblical. I like that. I'm not gonna lie. It was done. It's strategic. I like that on the kick side. I like that. I like that name. To be honest with you, I had to really think about it. But I was like, okay, that's a fire name. Stackbot is in the building as well. And by the way, biblical. Not that you need to jump platforms or whatever. I am gonna be on Kick for the stream, but I just let you know that the majority of my audience happens to people who are stuck on YouTube.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're stuck on YouTube. They are YouTube loyal. So I do appreciate you being over there on the Kick side. So if you want to feel free to kick it, say whatever. But if you do want to check out to see what people are talking about on the YouTube side, that's where I'm at as well. You said actually your name is Turkish. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Learn something new all the goddamn time. Don't be hating on you. I will hate on you whenever I freaking please. Biblical, I am actually here in these United States. I'm actually in one of the most prominent, one of the most best states and cities in the world, on the globe. I am in New York City. I'm in New York City. I am in the Big Apple. I am where everything is great and where all the mayhem is actually falling deep on this damn city. Yes, that's where I am located. Not just in the state, but in the actual city itself. And been here as a natural born resident. You know what? Now that I said that, you know what? Let's give me a round of applause. This is a round of applause to me, to my mother for giving birth to an awesome individual here in New York motherfucking city. Congrats. Back clap. Pat on the back for me. Anyway, just thought I should know. If you don't celebrate yourself, who's gonna celebrate you? You know what I mean? You gotta celebrate yourself. You gotta do well for yourself. You said honestly, here's the truth of the matter. Oh my God, no, that's not supposed to be. Anyway, I'm not worried about it. Slow growth is my thing. Not looking to be viral. I do my own thing. I'm all good. She can't come get me. She can't get me. She has to be okay with the monster that she created. She can't come get me, Cam. It's a wrap. She can't get me. If she didn't do everything that she was supposed to do by the time of 18, it was over. OVAH. Yeah, no, I know it's a bot. But sometimes I feel like I gotta answer the bots just to feel like I'm telling them things. I talk to everybody. I'd say anything to anybody. I know it's a bot. But I gotta do it anyway because I have not figured out the cleverest way to just say, fuck you, don't touch me no more. I'm still new to the other platforms. I am mainly YouTube centric. So I talk to anybody even when they don't make sense. So I got you, Biblical. Trust me, I know. I've watched Twitch long enough to know when it happened. But I'm not really, as you can see, well, as you will see if you ever look at my YouTube tab, I got way more content than I do ever on Kick. But I do appreciate it, and I would like to actually grow Kick. I just hate these freaking little bots. So sometimes I just feel like I want to answer them for the hell of answering them. That's it. Because I'm not gonna lie, I have so many different windows and so many programs. I'm not looking at the Kick side to just say I'm just gonna delete that. Right? Actually, I forget I'm on StreamYard, right? And no, I cannot delete it. See this? I got another gripe with StreamYard, right? Because if I was on, oh wait a minute, if I open up my program, hold up. You know what? Thank you for Biblical for putting on my side because I do got my other program up. I can do this right now. I can totally take that person out right now. So that person should be hidden. All right. So now we don't have to worry about that. Thank you for the idea. I have to remember to reach out and look at my other programs anyway. And then we got Jerry. Jerry, what's good? What's up to Jerry in the building? I don't know why I don't recall. I'm not recalling your name, but I appreciate you for being in the building, Jerry. Oh, let's see what I was talking about. I mentioned before about looks like people with intelligence, school. Okay, I got you. So the last thing I was talking about was life making more sense. So yeah, life making more sense. I was talking about intelligence in the classroom. I was talking about real intelligence versus people who are actually having to figure it out in real time and what gets more respect, right? Yes, that's what I was talking about according to what I wrote here. Now, these people, I don't think a lot of people are trapped inside narrow structures. Narrow structures in the way that they can't figure out a new way to adjust to it. I think just a lot of people are just stuck in the very bubble that there are. Now, some people are in situations where they had to I think that some people are in situations where they had to read what matters at the time. They had to make actual judgment calls. They had to actually read things out in real time. They have to deal with situations. They have to deal with things that come up because there is no set test, no test book for them. There's no rubric for them. There's no clipboard attached. Oh, take care, my guy. Hopefully you appreciate everything that's going on here in the growth. See you around. And I think that is when you start seeing the gap between school fluency, to be honest with you, and the actual usable intelligence that happens out in the real world. I think that is the big gap, and the chasm is all of the context that is sitting in the middle. And I think, my personal opinion, I think that is what bothers not just me when people talk about being smart, like somehow school settles the question, because it doesn't. School can tell you some things for sure, and I'm not trying to downplay school. It can show you what or who remembers what, or remembers it well, who's well organized, who can stay on track, who can move inside of a formal system. That has value. I'm not taking that away from anybody, right? I'm saying that people let that stand in for what the actual whole picture is. And that isn't the whole picture, because life is not asking whether you memorize the chapter. Life is not asking, rather, life is not pressing on whether what you know becomes anything once conditions have changed. It's going to ask you simply, can you use it or not? Can you read the situation in front of you? Can you can you tell can you tell when something applies and when it doesn't? Can you do anything useful with what's in your actual head? Or does it just sit there as something you can repeat back like a soundboard? How much of you is actually prepared and how much of you is just a whole bunch of talking points, a bunch of memorization and scripts and paragraphs? How much of you is actually applicable to a situation? And that's a very different standard that a lot of people don't look at when it comes to being book smart and reaction smart or actionary. It's the difference between people who actually learn the job and people who came out of a school learning a job. It is a difference between book smart and street smart. These are the foundations. There we have the book smarts of life, and then we have the hard knocks of life. And that's why I don't think that this conversation to is to become anti-memory either. Because that would make fakeness, that would make things fake and lazy. Let me just say it that way. Memory matters. It does. The foundations of things matter. If you're doing serious work, I don't need you improvising on half knowledge. Like half knowledge and half confidence. I don't need that. Materials do matter. Subject matter and your knowledge of it does actually matter. Having the basics ready, absolutely fine. And even then, that still does not solve the full scope of the issue. Because being informed is not the same thing as being effective. And as you guys hear me say a lot, rather be effective rather than being right. A person can know the language of a subject and still fail at judgment. Can we just be honest right there? Can we be honest? A person can sound educated and still make weak ass decisions. A person can know the rules and still have no feel for the moment when a rule or what's no longer a rule fits what's happening. This is not a small difference. It can be life-changing. This is the difference between carrying information and actually being able to use it. And I think a lot of people are not looking at that. And I think that school leaves a lot of people with the wrong self-concept, the self-concept because of this. Some people got raised early and started believing that they meant, let me think about this. Some people got praised early in life and they started believing that they meant more than what they actually were, that their ideals and their presuppositions was the full scope. They got the full equipment to life. Then later, somehow they found out that being good at school did not automatically make them good at why I can't say it, brother. Ambiguity. Wow, I can't speak right now. At being ambiguous. Wow, they couldn't make them good at ambiguous things that happen. Why the fuck I can't say that right now? It must be my. No, it's just me right now. For some reason, I can't say it. But if I wanted to spell it, I probably could, but I can't say it right now. Damn. Why the fuck ambigu? If you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. I don't know why I can't say the word right now. It's annoying to me. But ambiguous, dealing with pressure on the job, dealing with particular people and their own particular stance, dealing with consequences, dealing with the aspects of timing. You know what I mean? Dealing or by the way, independent structure environments, like things that are outside of what they actually thought. Uh, I'm thinking about hospitals, so I'm thinking about like incidents that happen on with an ambulance on the way to a hospital, or I'm thinking about complications or autoimmune diseases. You know, I would say I would lean more into the practice of law, but I know more about. It's funny enough, I know more about medicine than I do about law, which is crazy. But it is one of my favorite things to look at as well, law as well as medicine. But I lean more as finding medicine very interesting than I do law. And I think for a lot of people, they were good at, like I said, they may be good at school and structural environments, and this is a real thing that's great, because you do need that. It's the problem with the structure is just not everything, not, and some people got overlooked early, and they came away believing that they were not smart enough to compete. They were not smart enough to be in those fields. When really, in reality, what happened was way more simpler than that. They didn't. They did not fit the shape and the scope of the early rewards of education. Let's put it that way. The room, like one kind of mindset matters. And I was talking about this in one of my last streams where we were talking about education. What was the name of that stream? I think it was like the stream before last. What did I name that stream? Let me look right now. Come on, you can load. It was who decides what counts as learning. That was the name of the stream. Oh, let me go back to StreamYard. Hold up. I just minimized that. Here we go. Yeah, who decides what counts as learning? And honestly, that's not the same thing as saying that it's not the same thing as saying that other minds don't have any value. And this is the problem when it comes to school. It says do it our way, and our way is the only way, when the truth of the matter is that everybody learns so differently. Everybody learns considering the factors of what's going on in life. There are people who, old thought that's coming through my mind, right? You don't need to know how to make bread in order to eat it. Two people both have to do the same thing, eat the bread. But one knows how to make it, and one just only knows how to eat it. And it's something to really think about. And these kind of thought process, these kinds of notions of value, they stick with people. They stay with people well into their professions. You can hear school still talking out of these people's mouths as grown adults. You can hear it in the way that they judge not just other people, but how they judge themselves. They still think that intelligence has a neat look to it, that it sounds correct, and that it moves in a way that has to be approved by authority. And if they're really weak in the kind of environments that fall outside of a school structure, to be honest, life does, they start treating everything like it's wrong, or that worse, they start chasing everything like it's a lifelong verdict. And I've ran across some people sitting in particular fields in my own personal life who act like that. And to me, that is crazy to me, because rather than accepting the fact that life isn't what you thought it is, you will chase everything to try to prove that you have the grasp on everything in life. Because some of the people who looked best in school were mainly strong in school shaped ways. And some of the people who were looked very bad, not very fond of in school, had some of the best strengths outside of the school environment that only showed up once life actually got dirty, when life actually kicks people in the fucking jaw. Both of these things happen on both sides. And that is why it is way cleaner to say that school often rewards what you can verify quickly. And people start calling this stuff intelligence, right? You're so smart. You got this all grasping a whole. And it's not that at all. It's just a part of it. And yes, that part is important. It is real. But it's not the whole thing. Once again, I think because intelligence does not end at what you can recall, what you can reflect on. I think it starts showing up in how you respond in the ways that are not so obvious on the path. The things that start really moving the needle. The things that, it shows itself when something shifts and you have no choice but to make an immediate change rather than just following what the rules say. When you have to now make your best guess instead of saying, I'm not going to make that choice at all. And your livelihood, your job, your other people's lives might be at stake. I think it shows itself when something needs to be done more than what you know. And you need to use it. You need to interpret what's going on in real time. You need to make now a judgment call. I think one of the things I was hearing one time about a president, I think it might have been George Bush, is that he wasn't the smartest person in the room. Lord knows we know that, right? But you know what he said? I'm the president. I'm the one who gets to make the call. End of the day. Bad or good, he's the one that gets to make the decision. There are plenty of people who are CEOs that's not the best, not the smartest, doesn't know everything going on in the room. That's why they have a board of people that are professionals there. But at the end of the day, they are the person who makes the call. Your most intelligent person doesn't mean that you're the person who gets to lead the charge. Sometimes it's the person who gets to make the hard calls that, quite frankly, other people are not willing to make. Because you're too caught up in your side. You're too caught up in looking at what's most important to you. And sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice something. And if you cannot sacrifice, you're going to find yourself being not too good of a leader. Sometimes you're going to have to be willing to see everything going on. And you're going to have to separate. You're going to have to sacrifice something. And by the way, you learn this in chess. Sometimes one of the best moves in order for you to be able to win the game is you have to sacrifice the queen. You can win a game without a queen. You can win checkers without a king. But how many of you guys do everything in your mind, in your possibilities, to make sure that you hold on to a king and you hold on to a queen? When some of the best games come down to very pawns, to smaller pieces, and even might end in a fold or a stalemate. Only the person that's able to see and make the hard decision, those are the people that get put in your leadership decisions. Because it's less of an attachment. And also it's what's the better of the whole. Are you willing to cut your leg off to live? Or are you saying that, you have gangrene in your leg or whatever? Are you willing to say, but this is my leg, I can't live without it, and risk the entire body? Some people are too sentimental because what if that person was a runner? What if that person, triathlons and all kind of stuff? I can't lose my leg. Let's try everything else. It's like, nothing else is going to work. You have to lose your leg. Well, I'll just die then. Because they can't imagine anything outside of that. And there are plenty of people who deal with school who can't imagine that there will be something outside of what they learned. And this is the reason why people who are willing to be more realistic and deal with more adverse challenges they rise and they shine. This is where life starts sorting people out differently than those who have actually been in school. Again, I'm not anti-school. I just think that the way how we look at education system, and I can even dive into, by the way, the hiring system, because you will find people who didn't go to school, who worked many years in a field, are experts in their field because they put in all the hard work since they were younger and they were kids and everything, and they didn't go into debt. They didn't lose hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars, right? And for some reason, they won't get hired for a position because somehow the employer system seems to favor people who are in debt. It's like, oh, you didn't lose enough money so that you could become a wage slave? We don't think we want to hire you. You mean you've been doing well, working your way up the ranks, never going to an education system? You know everything that this person who spent all this money and now is in debt and they're desperately looking for a way to get themselves out of it. You don't need that. You know more than they do or just as much. Let's be honest, most likely more than they do because practical experience beats theoretical experience. Let's be honest with you. We don't want to hire you though because we don't think that you're going to be indebted to us. And the truth of the matter is that debt will not guarantee you that you will keep an employee, especially in today's market. What you're looking for is not the fear of someone losing their jobs. This is where I think a lot of employers lose the fuck up. This falls into education. This falls into people who are outside of education. You're fucking up by thinking that the fear of people needing to pay bills is the thing that will keep them attached to you as an employer. You forgot the aspect of how loyalty works. It is your job to inspire. It is your job to treat your employees correctly. It is your job to give them the right cultural fits for your organization that makes them not think about leaving. It is you doing not only right just by your shareholders, but also for your employees. And I'm not saying pay them the best thing in the world. We saw what happened to Google. But Google is still hiring people too. There's no reason why you, probably as a single individual, let's just say even if you're CEO, should be racking in $2 billion while your workforce, the people that actually keep the doors open for you, are struggling. It doesn't make sense. Let's just be honest. Do you not think you could afford being $1 billion shorter? Just something to think about. Something to think about, really. Don't you think you might be able to be just $1 billion shorter to make sure that everybody that you could disperse that actual money to would actually keep them around so that you can have another year, or maybe even another 2 years for them to stick around and you stick and have company? What happened with Google? Google laid off a whole bunch of employees simply because they hired too many of them during the pandemic. And slowly but surely, they brought same thing. Microsoft and all these other tech, they laid up a whole bunch of people. But to be honest with you, a lot of these people, they fucked themselves over. Posting shit about my day in the life of working at Google, and they showed that they basically did nothing all day. And I've been inside a Google building, by the way. I've applied at Google. It's very difficult. It's difficult to land a job there. I've applied. There's another position I was looking at recently. I'm wondering if I should apply to that. Because it's very difficult to work for Google. But again, one of the first things that people judge you on is like, do you have a degree? As in, are you in debt? Not how many years have you, because I love how they say the degree or equivalent. Who do they normally pick up? Is it the degree or is it equivalent? Who do they normally pick up? They pick up the degree, which is all theoretical. Unless this person actually had job experience. If this is their first job They really don't know what the fuck is going on. I have touched applications that other people come out of school and they're like, well, this is what I went to school for and I studied it and I know how to use this application, and I am dusting them in the same very application that they went to school for, because I had to go through all the hard knock life of learning that same application. I have people who are older than me, who are master's degrees, by the way, who have to now learn the same programs that I'm learning. This is why I say don't be intimidated by, at least the people that I speak to about business, don't be intimidated when you see a degree. Because more than likely, the things that they're asking you to do, you can learn. And you can learn with or without a company. Sometimes you may even have to put money into it, or you could do the most simplest basic thing. You can run a VR script program. You can run a virtual machine. You can even look for a lot of different stuff on, not for nothing, Google. You can get training. You can go to Coursera. You can learn it. You can do all these different, you can learn and get small certifications and everything. And I know they don't mean anything as big industry standards that cost you a shit ton of money to be actually certified. But the things that you learn will be way more than people who walked in and don't have anything to do with it, but they hold a damn degree. You can do these things. You can do this. Do not be intimidated by someone who's in debt. Do not be intimidated. Because if you're not in debt, guess what? You can afford to actually eat properly at lunch, and they are sitting there in their fucking break staff room eating fucking rice and lima beans. You can do so. Do not be intimidated. Don't be. Do not think that you need to be do not think that you need to be a debt slave in order for you to get a job. It does mean that you're going to have to prove that you know way more than the person that just says, I got a degree. You are going to have to prove it. But guess what? You were going to have to do that on the job regardless. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to jump into the whole workforce thing, but I deal with so many people when it comes to work and the intimidation of looking for a new job and everything else. It's crazy to me. But this is also the aspect of what I'm talking about between people who learn even within school, but they didn't do the same formula that everybody else did. Same thing I did on the stream before last, talking about it. And then people who did everything by the book, but being by the book doesn't mean that they're ready. So when I say school confuses compliance with intelligence, let me say that one more time. When school confuses compliance with intelligence, I mean they often over-respect the person who fits in the system and they under-read the person who doesn't. That's what I'm talking about. And people who carry the misunderstanding, that they carry that misunderstanding is way too far into so many people who I run into who are adults. And again, the line that keeps all this grounded is simple. You cannot apply what you do not have access to. You cannot. I have been in so many interviews where have you worked this program? And you ever worked with that program? And you ever done this? And I go, no. But stop for a moment. Look at my resume. You're talking to me. You can hear the way I talk. You can hear and see that I am no fucking dummy. What makes you think that I cannot learn it? Because before it hit your company, because it wasn't embedded from the start, that means you all had to take time to learn it, right? And that means you weren't at school when you had to learn it, right? What makes you think I won't learn it? And what makes you think that when I get in there and I have to learn it, that I won't ask questions in order to learn things that you didn't? And I won't also reach out to the people who are already now considered to be masters within the business to teach me more? What makes you think I won't be proficient in, say, 6 months' time, 6 weeks, if I'm really being a dick, if I really want to be up everyone's ass. Because that means I am going to work off the clock. I'm going to be at home studying. What makes you think that I won't know it? Well, we need someone who already knows it. Who would that be? A recent college grad? Do you understand how many applications exist in the world? That they don't know exactly yours, but they know like or sister-like applications? How do you know that my sister-like applications are not just like yours? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Do you know how to work Google? What do you mean by Google? Google Mail. Yes. Well, we're looking for people who could understand Outlook Mail. Tell me, what do you think that is so vastly different between Google Mail and Outlook Mail? And I asked that question to them, and they go, well, we work with Outlook, with Microsoft. Okay, cool. I'm happy you said that. Now tell me, you said you work with a Microsoft Suite, right? They're like, yes. Tell me, what makes Microsoft Suite so different from Google Suite? Because that means you have to have no new knowledge about Google Suite. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? And they go, well, I really don't have experience with Google Suite. So you can't tell me that I can't fucking learn because I already have knowledge that you don't. Is that factual or not? So don't, when it comes to the people in education and everything, don't worry about it. And having access to something does not mean you know what to do with it. Because there are things you're going to learn that you never actually have to use until way later in time. And that space in between those two ideals is where a lot of people gets mislabeled. That's my thoughts on it, though. And a lot of people either psych themselves out or are not really understanding of what their capabilities are based on these things. And I like to bring forth conversations that I know that are interactive with people on a regular basis, right? But this is what I've said. These are my thoughts. These are my experiences, and this is what I was conjuring up based on the recent conversations that I've had, right? Now I'm going to do something I haven't done in a long time. If you have a different opinion, or if it's something you think that could be swept up a little bit differently, let me know. Dropping the link in the chat, and you let me know. Let me know if you think otherwise, right? Because there are people who are probably going to school right now, right? That think that they know best. And by the way, I said going to school, not that they actually know what the hell they're doing right now. Oh, how dare you show off? Oh, no. I am. I'm doing this right now. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of time to even figure it out. Here's where we go. We gonna take a little snippet of a break. I want to see who's gonna be the ones bold enough to do so. So of course,
My mind is telling me no, but your authority telling me yes. Baby, I don't wanna hurt your body. There is something that I must confess to you. Ooh.
Come on, Cam. You know the words. Someone like me. Yeah. Come on, I know this is Cam's favorite song. To give you the need. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. Nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. Come on. I know you, Cam. See. Oh man. Okay. All right. All right. We gonna get. Oh, listen. We already got somebody here in the back of this. Oh, what the hell? We already got somebody backstage. So of course, let's welcome him up. It's been a while. It's been a while, so I've actually dropped the links. Let's welcome up Lizzie Wine. What's going on, my guy?
Bro, that song shocked me right now. I had no idea that that's what it said until right now. That blew my mind. Like literally, like my mouth fell open. I couldn't believe what it just said. Wildly inappropriate.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. So we've been having a conversation. Of course, the overall message is about what people learn in education versus what some people do learn in education, but it's not strictly shown. Rather, the conversation really comes down to what we learn in real life, which is practical, versus those who learn things in theory. You've been
Bro,
listening to it.
in my opinion, you've been cooking the whole time. And I just wanted to come up and take advantage of the open panel, but to like just say what you're talking about to me in my from my point of view, bro, is one of the most important messages that you can relay is the fact that knowledge is not only it doesn't only belong to the people that have degrees or that have these special access tools. All you have to do is find a way to engage with the information and find a way to understand it, bro. And anybody can acquire whatever knowledge that they want to, you know?
I agree. I mean, not for nothing. That's been the history of my life, and with even some of the close people that I know. I've been able to do really well, and even be able to leverage. Listen, there's nothing. There's nothing. I'm gonna brag. There's nothing that made me feel better than one time when I was able to get a job over someone who worked who went to school for Cornell,
Oh, right on.
because my experience beat out the fact that they had all this theory. And I'm just sitting there like, well, this person went to Cornell, they did this, they know this, they claim they know. I don't know. I never spoke with the guy, but I'm like, yeah, it was between you and this guy from Cornell, and I was just like, Cornell? Like, first of all, let me be honest. When I was going to uni, I sent the application to Cornell. I got rejected. This person got accepted. This person passed. They have a degree, and I did not have a degree in their field, and I was able to get the job. So to
Well,
me, like, it's about, but I keep in mind I had to do a lot of work beforehand. And this person spent all their time in university. So they got things that I didn't have to do. They got the network. They got to be at probably, I don't know, a fraternity or keg parties or whatever. They got a life that I didn't have to, I didn't get access to. But at the end
well,
of the day, hard work, hard work did it. Hard work still put us in the same room at the same time. And I was able to prevail. And I'm telling people, like, you can do that too.
hell yeah. That's an important message, bro. Like, that's a lot of people. The thing, too, is that the schools are, the entire educational system is geared toward having people be highly effective NPCs, basically. It basically teaches you how to be a subservient entity that is a
Sure.
high achieving submit some person that submits, right? So like
Well, well, yeah, it's designed. Honestly, the problem with it, this is my issue, and I get it, because it's turned into a profit. It hasn't turned out to be as well as it should be, because you could look at the U.S. The education system is not great. It's not, and I don't mean like elementary, high school. I mean like even in university, it's not as great as it used to be because of profit. right? So part of the reason is because it's still being used as a metric, like it's a factory. They're preparing you for the life of following the people who are the most prominent, the people who are the smartest, the people who are, and I said it in the stream before last, the people who are creative. This is the problem that people were having a problem in the conversation that I was having. Mainly, I think it was Josh, but Josh will argue if flies or if fucking rats fuck the same way as humans. Like he'll do that. So it doesn't even really matter what the hell he was what he was thinking.
They do
So
it doggy style. They do it doggy style, just like
they do missionary, they do doggy style, whatever. But like you would argue that too. So the ideal is that it's the creatives that actually give you everything in this world. Is you can say education, everything else like that, because honestly, you could talk about Bill Gates, you could talk about Steve Jobs. These are people who like they didn't finish and gave us the things that we're looking for. The people who were not given the credit are the people that actually brought up the initial things that set the way for how we're even able to have this conversation thousands of miles apart. So obviously, it's not people that sit in textbooks. And there are some people that sit there and like, well, academics means everything. Really? Because there are people still being celebrated today that had nothing to do with academia. They are able to make an impact.
those circles seem to be shrinking too, right? Like the circles that where people hold that in such high regard.
I don't think the circles are shrinking. I think they're becoming more secretive.
Well, I mean,
People, I think people are safeguarding the list. So for instance, it used to be like, it used to be based on my experience. It used to be like, I come from this school. So therefore it's like, when we do a little background check, you come from this school. Okay, cool. What's your GPA? You come from this school. You're good. Now it's no longer that. It's you come from this school. Okay. Oh, but I know this person who works for you. Oh, that's a different story now. How do I like this person now? If I
well, and
like this person, I'll bring you in.
the amount of participants has shrunken also, right? Because it used to be like I attended Princeton. Okay, well, were you a skull and bones guy? Well, now if you just attended Princeton and actually got some type of degree, like that would be. I mean, like just in the last 20 years, that's probably like a big difference because a lot less people are actually going, right?
I don't think it's like I don't think it's the fact that a lot of people are not going to Princeton. I think that there are some Ivy League schools that they're being very pushed. They're being very catered now. So, for instance, the last couple of people, the last few people, I'm gonna say three. The last three people I ever know personally, and even just hearing about, because one I heard about, but I know two people that went to Princeton. One, I don't even think she completed. But the people who went to Princeton, they all went for medicine. I don't know anyone who went to Princeton for anything else. The same way I don't know anyone who went to Harvard and they didn't go for business or law. So for some reason, even Ivy League schools that used to be well-rounded are now going as a specialty, which is weird because they offer more than just that thing. It's really weird now. Everybody I know who's talking about Princeton is dealing with medicine. Everybody who does with Harvard is doing with business or law. And I know
That's
they offer way more programs.
that's true. I was just saying, college in general, though, like it doesn't seem to be as that used to kind of be like the part of the American dream in and of itself was to attend college and all that. Like people seem to be catching on more quickly nowadays that you don't necessarily need all that. You know. What's up, Kev? Oh, and another thing thought was a point that could be added to this is the fact that uh, a lot of the skills of like what we measure as intellect are developed outside of school, and a lot of times there are actually in more often times than not children that are introduced to traumatic situations develop what we consider indicators of high intellect, and school doesn't foster that. Well, because think about it this way: if you have like a parent that's putting you through a tumultuous situation, just like to put it mildly, and you have to walk on eggshells, say they're a drinker, and you don't want to upset them. Like kids start developing these abilities to recognize patterns of like when the parent's going to come home, or like what times. Like, and this turns into advanced cognitive ability.
I hate to say that, but this is the same thing that cats and dogs do as well. And we're not going to put children on the same wavelength as cats and dogs. Cats and dogs can also figure out when a person's when their owner's about to come home. You know, um, I think for me, like it comes in tandem. Like I said, I'm not discounting education. I'm having a problem when it comes to employer and even education itself only celebrating those who. Because the problem with education, let me finish my point and I'll jump. I just jumped two different points in my head. I'm not discounting the people who went to education. I think the problem with education is that they really only celebrate people who have the best memory. When the problem is that education, the same way I did in the stream before last, is that people learn differently. And education to this day has not caught up to the fact that people learn in different fashions. But even though they can talk about all the different diagnoses that people have, all the different medications they have, who's a savant, who is not, who's sitting on a spectrum, but you haven't educated. You haven't updated your education system to know that you can find some of the most prominent and smart people, and that is also not one way to get the best result. Because most instructors, let's be honest, also don't want to be challenged, because even the way that they learned was on a rigid system. When the truth of the matter is that they themselves know that if they went to university or if they were coming up as kids, that they were thinking about things differently, and they were the teacher that wagged their finger and said, I will fail you if you don't do it my way. I went through that. And I know there's people who's in the education system that went through that same thing.
Well, the tragic one of the tragic aspects of this is the fact that it's the more highly advanced kids that actually do get left behind because they are bored with the everyday way of engagement that the school is built
Happy you
on.
said that. Happy you said that, because what has changed over the last 20 years? The way that we look at special education. Special
Fact.
education meant that was two things. You were either behind the pale and you needed a little bit extra help, or you were above and you needed the other person to really push you ahead because you were above the norm. Now, special education is only for people who are slow. Only for people who are slow. When did that become? So now people who are considered to be above average are still sitting with average people.
I was never aware that I've always found that was a missed opportunity because I've seen a lot of people that were cognitively advanced that were put in special education because they just thought their ass was slow, and it's like no, it's the fact that their brain is firing faster than these other kids because they are more advanced and they're just not able to engage at this
Can I
very
tell you something about something that's a little different about that?
what's
You
that?
say you say firing fast. Can I tell you right now that I've seen people that are considered slow, right? That let's just say their brains are firing slow. They're slow to respond because they're, believe it or not, they're meticulously going through the actual thing, and they come up with better answers than the people that are actually normal because they mulled over more time on the actual thing being asked of them.
Yeah, I've
But can't
seen
you just give me an answer? They're like, just this is why I've said in so many conversations, people are even in quote debates, people rushing to have the answers right to the point where people can't think about answers no more, which means they're pre-programmed and they already have talking points, right? So
possibly.
rather than sit there and be like, hey, I never really heard that. Can we come back to that? I need a moment to think about it. Oh, you can't think about it? Are you stupid? Are you slow? Are you a dummy? Rather than you might get cooked because the person now has to think about it and now come up with so many different things in their mind. They pick the right thing that might fucking fillet you.
Yeah, but also we're in a space that isn't conducive to allowing each other to the room to come up with their best answer. So like a
I
lot of
hope I hope to me personally, I hope to change that.
same here. Same here. I agree with that because we take advantage of low hanging fruit opportunities to undermine each other and stuff like that when we could be fostering actual productive conversation and stuff. which is
No,
why
I agree.
bro, I fully support what you're talking about, dog. Like, knowledge is not does not come from the schools, bro. Information does not come from the school system. Information is something that's just God given thing that's out there. All you have to do is find a way to engage with it.
Well, I love like you mentioned. I'm gonna have to remember about Nietzsche when he said about slow reading. I'll have to probably go into that. But you know how I got into reading? Because I didn't. I was a person. I didn't like to read even as a kid. Never liked to read. I didn't. My reading did not pick up until I was in high school, to believe it or not. But the person who put me into reading was one of my reading teachers. Because you know what he used to do? He used to read books to us. The the way he read the books. Let me just put it this way: I didn't grow up with a father figure or a mother figure who was reading me story time before I went to sleep. That didn't happen. No one read books to me as a kid going to sleep. So the first time I ever really started getting books read to me, if it wasn't on like Sesame Street, it was my junior high school teacher. My junior high school teacher rating books in the way that he did made me interested in books, and then he would recommend books to me, and then because I was having a problem reading books, I actually got tutoring in it, which made me better at reading books, better at interpreting, better at understanding words. I made me curious about words that I was seeing that then it would become a regular thing that happened on a regular basis. Before social media, we would literally have the word of the day. Like the word of the day. Here's the word of the day. I used to have reading teachers who would do that. And I would this is like I said, back in the day where everybody had a dictionary in their house. If you didn't have a Bible, you probably had a dictionary in your house. And I would be one of the people who was curious to always want to know about words. So those teachers, and I shouted his name. If I didn't already, his name was Eric Ingram. He was the one that actually did that. Shout out to him. He made me interested in reading books, and because of that, I read all kind of books. I read science fiction. I read smut. I read crime. I read a lot of different stuff. But eventually, I fall into psychiatric or communication books. But I enjoy those things. But I think about my life, and if I didn't have a teacher like that, I would have probably never gotten to it. Books would have been still intimidating to me. You know?
Same, bro. That's what I had said in the chat earlier. Was great teachers are like they're like pivotal for this whole uh dynamic, dog. Like mine was his name was Lolo Hernandez. Uh, I was going to the third grade, and he saw how advanced I was, and he took me to my house, bro, and asked my dad to actually skip me grades, and my dad was like, hell no. Uh, and I don't really know what my dad's reasoning was, but he made sure for the whole rest of the time that I was in elementary to like prepare my teachers for me, because I have a very hard time learning in traditional context. Like it just like I don't even hear the words, bro. Like my brain just I have to find a way to engage with it. But if I do it myself, I can do it quickly. And if it wasn't for that guy, bro, I wouldn't have graduated. I would have like just failed all of school miserably.
Oh, that well, I was able to finesse the system, and I'm gonna say it exactly that I finessed the fucking system, because the way how and I've said this before, so it's nothing new to people, or rather it shouldn't be new, but you never know who's always watching, who's always catching up on the replays, but it was practically school education bureaucracy that threw me into special ed. I got thrown into special ed, and I was thrown into special ed under the guise of being slow because I refused to do math. All my other grades were good. It was math that I refused to go to, even though the very same math teacher, I was literally her chess champion for 2 fucking years. I was a chess champion for 2 years, but because she was also my math teacher, and I refused to do math, and I was also a kid that didn't like to do homework. I could do all the fucking tests, but I did not like doing homework. My argument back then was always, if you don't take if the average adult, if my parents doesn't take work home with them, I'm not gonna take school work with me home.
I loved homework, bro. I would do my whole semester's work in like 2 or 3 days, dog.
That wasn't me.
I love
And I was like that all the way until my senior year of high school. No, sorry, I'm like my junior year of high school. I was like that all the way from elementary all the way until my junior year of high school. I refused to do homework. The most you one time I read in a book, you get a whole bunch of points just for writing your name on an SAT. So that I write my name and I would submit nothing on that goddamn paper.
Damn.
I would do that. Now, it wasn't until college really picked up to be a thing in my life, and that was my junior year, that they were like, you're gonna have to really take neat note of your regents and everything else like that, and then eventually you're gonna have to take your SAT. That was when I started getting serious. Because by the time junior year happened in high school, I had all of my credits. I could have finished right then and there. I didn't have to take a senior year. I was done.
Bro, you see, like I embrace your whole like topic of this discussion, bro, so much that like I embody this, bro. Like I believe this shit with my whole existence. I was tutoring people for SAT prep when I had no kind of SAT college experience. I just went and actually learned that information, understood the information.
What kind of school did you go? What kind of high school did you go to?
It was a 3A small town, a real small town, but I was a projected valedictorian and all.
Did it have like did the school? I guess what I'm asking is that did your school have a specialty or was it general?
Yeah, it was just it was just like a regular public high school.
So my school was different. Yeah, my high school was different. So down the block from us, so there were three schools there were three schools and a college. That's the college I went to do my early stuff, my early general classes. But there were three schools and a college near us. So there was a school called Walton High School. You go look it up. They're still there to this day. I don't think they would tear down that school. It's a zone school. There's Walton High School, which was considered a bad school, right? Then there was Bronx High School of Science, which was considered a really good school, you know? And then there was
High School of Science, like
yeah, that's what I was asking you, because there are schools that are not just general; they're actually specialty schools.
Fire.
Yeah. So we have schools of science, we have schools of technology, we have schools of veterinary. Like I don't know if they're still like that, but when I was going to high school, they were. So there was Bronx School of Science that was down the block from me. Then there was my school, DeWitt Clinton. I don't know if it's still the same way there now. But my school was of government. So you learn to go there to learn about politics, and you go there to learn about economics, and you go there to learn about journalism.
The social study, like political science.
So that was my school. So even when I was in junior high school, it was difficult to get to my school. So when I got there, of everybody in my class, only two people made it there, me and a girl who, funny enough, we were rivals, but we both made it to the same high school.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you ever find yourself needing to understand any kind of math in your day-to-day life that you don't understand?
I've always had a problem with math. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I was so great in my other classes, and I always had a problem with math. To this day, I still have a problem with math. By the way, math was the reason why I got thrown in special ed. Now, the problem was that when they put me in special ed, is when they realized we fucked up, because my special ed teacher was the one that told me how to finesse the game.
Hell yeah. I'm saying though, in your day-to-day life, do you need math? Like, do you find yourself needing math? Do you have to rely on a calculator or something?
Not really, because I've learned so much about spreadsheets and tables and formulas. So the math is taken care of for me. I don't really have to sit there and ever worrying about math. I have apps, I have everything, pretty much everything when it breaks things down for me. We're in a technological age. If there's anyone sitting there with a fucking calculator still going through their fucking paycheck, I'm like, you're what are you doing right now? What the fuck are you doing right now? Like, you don't need that. Like, you have so many things that you have everything broken down, who you pay, what went to what, if you're garnished, if you have paid child support or whatever, state, federal, like, well, why do you need a calculator sitting in front of you? Unless unless you have a gambling problem or you just keep spending your money because you have a shopping addiction, I don't understand why you still need that.
That's why I was asking, cause like dude, like my math teacher, bro. He was a fucking solid teacher, though. He would always say like everything in your life is based on math, and he taught me like advanced math early. But I would always tell him, bro, like stop the cap, dog. Like people don't use no fucking math in day to day life. Like,
So
and if they do, they use
he's
a
right. He's right. He's kind of right. That everything you will do somehow in some way does revolve somewhat around math,
yeah, but you
but
don't have.
you can get away. You can get around it.
Imagine if they were to, because think about it, bro. Like by junior high level, by the time you're entering junior high, you could pretty much identify what a kid is at least interested in, right? Like as far as one of the science, social studies, math, or English, what do you call it? Imagine if they were to actually like focus on engaging a kid and teaching them to advance. Bro, like we don't foster growth of intellect at all in America. Like we compete with it and
You don't
stunt.
see that anymore. You literally have to be disabled to get that kind of treatment.
Yeah, and if you have advanced intellect, bro, you're gonna be made a pariah, and you're gonna be competed with.
Hey, here's the funny part about that, right? So a little bit of a story. So believe it or not, I didn't even know this was a thing until like later when I was already like in university and I realized Japan does this. So I don't even know how my school got to do it, but there was a wall, right? So the way that all the kids walked in, because before like they had the old school system where like boys walk in one way, girls walking another way. Then they scrapped that in our second year, and now everybody just pulls in front of one area and they all walk in the same right. Now, when everybody walks in to go to their classes, this is one wall, it's one big hallway, and there's like five big long plaques, like almost like fucking ceiling to wall, a ceiling to floor fucking plaques, and it has like every kid in the school, and it lets you know where your placement is. So now there's a competition. You can see where your name is at. So if let's just say if there's like 300 kids, right? You know, from like if you're at the bottom at 300, you're sitting at 200. If you're sitting at 100, like you know where you are according to who your grades are.
And this is GPA.
It's not GPA.
Just overall performance.
It's more perform. It is performance. Like it is GPA. Like what your grade system is like, but it kind of like it holds up where you're at, because of course you get different grades for having extra classes or extra curriculum, all kind of shit like that. If you take on being in the journalism class or the veterinary class, like I was surprised when I went from 50 in my second year, because I didn't even think I was going to be there. So I don't even know how I was simmering around the 50s. And then later on in my second year, I was sitting there already in the lower teens. I think it was like 14 or 15. I was like, how the fuck I get here? Now you notice when you get popular on the board, because the journalism class, the ones that are learning early about journalism, this is back before we had smartphones and shit like that. So we had like recorders. We still had cameras, but we had recorders.
School newspaper.
Because we have journalism. So we had we had a black room. So you had to take old school negatives and do the whole we had that and everything. So when you notice that you're getting a little bit popular, is like I want to say that top 30 people they look for you, like whether you're eating lunch or whatever, and they come up to you like, hey, wrestler, so what's going on? Click. So we were trying to figure out, get that shit out my face. That's your first introduction to basically being somewhat a celebrity. To the point, in my school, like, I don't know if this happens like a lot of people's schools, because I think the country is just so big. But because I'm in the city, in lunchtime, you don't have to stay in the building. You can leave in lunchtime. So I was able to leave, and I would do that. I would leave school to go eat lunch just so I didn't have to deal with them, because they would walk by and like, hey, Sir Wrestler, how you thinking about? Hey, we saw you on the board. Hey, you just fell down three slots. How do you feel about that? This person's beating you. Do you even know who they are? Why do you think they beat you? Get the fuck out my face. Like,
cool, man. That's very interesting. That's a fun engagement, man. I made
At the
myself
time, I didn't see it that way. I didn't see it as engagement. I didn't have any interest. I was a loner. I was a big loner.
shit. Well, no, I wasn't a loner. I was definitely a rebel, though. Dog. But I made myself one of my most like proud. Not, I shouldn't be proud of it, but like one of my coolest like instant fuck you to this person that judged me so harshly, dog. My my principal, her name was Mrs. Woods, would judge me so harshly because I wasn't like a nerd and shit. But
Mm.
uh, and I wouldn't really come to school, dude. But like I said, I would always get set up at the beginning of the year with my. I would have a conversation with my teacher. They would I never had one that didn't like understand my situation. They would let me pretty much just take all my school, the semester syllabus at once, and I would pretty much just do the work and be done with it. But my principal was like, "Hey, you got like fucking 40 days of absence. I want you out of my school."
Nigga, did you say 40?
Yeah,
40 days?
yeah, a lot. And I was like, "Okay, fuck it, I don't care." And I go to truancy court, dog, and I'm there in court with my little bro, and they call me up, and my the judge asks, "What do you want to do?" And my principal's like, "I want him out of here." And the fucking superintendent goes and calls everybody to the side, and he's like, "Hey, uh, like just so y'all know, like Blind's GPA raises the average for the school, and that's like some heavy lifting that his GPA is doing, and I don't want to lose that. So we have to find a way to help him to graduate. So that's the reason why I was able to graduate 2 years early, dog. Or three. I graduated at 15. So it was only because like I stayed. I just enjoyed it so much, bro. Because all my other pastimes were shit that I hated doing, but schoolwork, reading, learning, like that was always an escape to me that I loved.
I want to. I kind of want to answer the question that you gave me about math. Like, this is how bad I was at math, and I didn't get a diagnosis for it until way later in my life. The last regents that I ever passed just to get out of high school was literally my math regents, and I barely got by it. And that was literally because I was able to finesse um my status within education to actually get me a calculator. And this is something that I try to like I hold very big and I harp down on. Even when it comes to that stream before last one, I was talking about different ways of learning. Because think about it, a calculator would not help me get the answer if I didn't understand the formula. If
Yeah,
I didn't understand the process to get the answer, it would not have mattered what means would have been sitting in front of me. And this is the thing that doesn't really get this is the context that doesn't really get looked at when it comes to education. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And like,
And
oh, we want you to write on the paper. What like, you're not going to submit the paper to Albany.
I don't know what that means.
As in, it's not going to go to the board of ed in Albany that this says that basically you passed and whatever, and now you're the one responsible for having a diploma.
You were at least doing algebra, right? If you're talking about college, I mean, high
Yes.
school math, it's at least.
In my it was my last year of literally I had all my regions done. I had all my regions exams done except for math. Math was the only regions exam that I had to take in my senior year, because in that senior year I had no. Here were my classes for senior year. I came in. I did weight training, which was too fucking early in the morning, by the way. So it was my gym, my weight too early in the morning. Second,
What?
huh?
You were in powerlifting or
Just weight training. Some people did powerlifting. Me, it was just like more weight training. It was weight training. Then it was my second period was homeroom. So you had to get your little attendance in. Third period was me going to track. And then after track, I had to go back in, get freshened up. And then I had my internship, which I worked at a hospital. I worked for a nutrition department. And then after that, I had to go to freaking down. Well, I had to walk all the way down to the college because there was um, my basic college courses. That was my senior year.
Damn, I fucking hated gym. And I mean, football was fun, bro, but I was fat. I didn't want to be taking showers and sweating and shit. I fucking hated any class where I had to be outside or in the gym. Fuck that.
Well, I here's the funny part. I joined track, so I played basketball. Realized I wasn't as good as I thought I would be. Football, they were actually wanted to recruit me because I ran fast. I was, thin kind of kid. They wanted me for like a wide receiver, but a lot of the friends who I saw were coming back with already broken fingers and everything. I'm like, you're high schoolers. Why the fuck you got broken fingers in there and splints on your legs or whatever? So I was like, I'm done with that. So I was like,
Bro,
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I was like,
yeah,
I don't know what I'm gonna do. And they said, yo, not for none. All the hoes is in track. And there was one girl who I got to date for a little bit, very, very small stint. She was deaf, but even funding was so good at schools at the time. Because back then you could learn. Because I had one guy who was in my special ed class, like he was in a wheelchair, but he also was kind of deaf. So his para was someone who knew sign language. And then we had a sign language class. So I learned sign language just so I could try to date this girl who's in track. So I joined track. And that's how I got stuck in track. Which is funny because my first actual long-term girlfriend was someone I met because she was in track.
hey, those cross country girls, bro. Shit. That's
By the way, she was the one that eventually we were gonna lock up together. Still good friends today.
You've never been married, like at all?
It's kind of rough because people will argue with me back and forth whether it was a marriage because it did not turn out to be a divorce. It turned out to be an annulment.
Oh, right on. That's better shit. That's better.
Yeah, young and dumb as the way it was put out.
So, like, what was your? Because I was my first serious relationship. I married and was with her for 7 years. What was like your high school sweetheart? Like, what was the length of y'all's relationship?
Oh wow. So my first girlfriend here's the funny part about it. It was a long distance relationship. So she was not known in school at all. And girls, when I say girls wanted to be with yours truly, I wasn't popular or anything, but there was because I was, like I said, I was a big loner. So I was like, I didn't want nothing to do with nobody. I just kind of wanted to be with myself. Actually, that same woman was the first girl that actually introduced me to anime. So I didn't even know about anime. You know what I mean?
Cartoons.
Yeah. Yeah. The first anime she introduced me to was Sailor Moon. So she was an anime fan. And but I met her because one of the things that a lot of people didn't have, and I said this even before on one of my other streams, is that they didn't have access to a computer at that time. So because my mom was much of a techie, we had a computer in the house. So I was doing things like AOL servers, things like that. I was meeting girls online. I was doing state dating and things like that. And that's how, through circumstances, how we end up getting together. And then
Remember, hi ASL.
yeah, absolutely. Yahoo, when Yahoo had a messenger that was like, yeah, all that. So that happened. And then eventually when girls were trying to hit on me in school and everything, I'm like, yo, I really can. Like, I can't. I got my girl, whatever. And they were like, what girl? And then the guys who were really closer to me, like they would snatch my wallet and they would take her picture out and they'd be like, yo, and then they try to pass her picture around the room. And I'm like, yo, stop, because my girl looked good. She looked good, especially for a lot of guys, especially for a black guy. They had never had their shot with an Asian. My girl was Cambodian, so like they never had it. So they were and now we have so many girls mad at me. So when prom came, I had to warn her ahead of time. You're gonna get a lot of nasty looks. Not gonna lie to you. And for the most part, I was before the week before it happened, I was able to smooth a lot of shit. But there were actually girls, by the way, who did not show up to prom because they did not want to see me, but also did not want to see her. I was like, it's your prom. You should show up. They literally didn't want to show up because they knew I was going to be there and they knew I was going to bring my girlfriend. And by the way, and here's the thing that made it worse. When she showed up, she was not just my girlfriend. She was my fiance at the time.
Was it fun? I didn't go to my prom. My ex-wife did, but I was like, fuck school. I was just too fucking cool for anything to do with that shit. Like I just wasn't having it.
Yeah, it was a bit much. Let me see. I know if I I don't want to do this. I don't know if I really want to. I might have an old picture. I don't really. So oh no, I've got to look in like. So here was mine. I'm not gonna put her out there. I'm gonna block her face. Here was my prom. He was me at prom. I'm gonna block her out. Oh, sorry. Here we go. That was me. That's my prom. Her prom. We also have pictures, but this is my old one here. But yeah, we still we still talk. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. This is. He puts up. This is the junior. Oh, hold up. This is the junior.
You look like Ty Diggs.
Yeah. And I mean, people were like, "Oh, he's just talking shit," because they just saying his girl's looking good. When they were mad, they were big mad when they really saw her. They were like, "He's not lying. Like his bitch is fucking good looking." Like they were mad. They were big mad, and I mean, it happened because you said what? Rez, can you turn Bleezy's mic up 20%? Yeah, hold up. I got you, Kev.
I turned the little box up. If I don't know if it went up. You're walking with baldness. Yeah. So, did you like have male pattern baldness in like junior high or what?
Wait, what?
Why the fuck would you shave your head so young?
I wasn't bald back then. I had hair.
You were bald. You weren't bald.
No, I wasn't bald in those pictures. I didn't shave my head until I was like the first time I shaved my head was I was like 23.
Bro, I got a fucked up head, dog. The shape of my head is so.
I've been rocking the baldy since high school. I was not bald back then. You just can't you can't see the pictures. Damn, I had so many.
Did you ever rock the Kid and Play?
Here's the thing. I probably would still have a whole lot of hair in my head, but I never was. So if you saw me and my brother, we're absolutely different. Like me, I grow facial hair, but I don't grow a shit ton of facial hair. He doesn't really grow any facial hair like that. Like he's got maybe a goatee or whatever, but like me, I'm mainly bald, and he was the one that he had locks, he had braids, he had like we've been opposites. So and we've been like that from my mom. I have one half of her personality, and he has the other half of her personality. Like we're literally the opposite. But it's so funny because when you get us all three together, everybody's like, I can see it all now. I can see it all.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
The one thing that we all have in common is like we're sarcastic. We do crazy shit.
And is he younger brother or older brother?
Oh, he's younger. He's younger. I am the eldest.
Is he smarter than you?
That's relative to what you believe smart is, I will think that I want to say that he's capable. He's probably capable at things that I'm just not thinking about, and vice versa.
Yeah,
I don't think he's not smart by any means necessary. We come from the same stock, so I know he's very much capable.
But that's my brother's dumb as fuck, bro. I mean, he's a high achiever. I mean, I can't.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't call someone like, because I have friends like this. I wouldn't call them dumb, maybe they're just not motivated. They haven't found the thing that they really click that they want. You gotta have something that turns you on. You
True.
gotta have that thing that you want.
That's why I say like but my brother's dumb as fuck. He's a high achiever. Like he's motivated as fuck. So like that's made up for it. But when it comes to like actual like thinking and shit, all my brothers are pretty fuck. It's crazy, dog. Like it's night and day. Like when it comes to that shit, because like my brothers
Yeah.
are
Uh,
kind
Ke- Kev, I didn't start shaving my head until after I came back to New York, which was in like I said, I was 23, so I want to say 2003, 2004, something like that. Something like that. Yeah. Because I went to university and everything. So it wasn't until I left New York, I was living in Florida. And when I came back, because I shaved my head when I was in Florida. And when I came back, I had been shaving my head ever since. So
there's something to be said about high testosterone and going bald faster, right?
there is something about that. But there's also something about genetics when it comes to that. Because not every man has the same amount of testosterone or body caliber or you know body size. So it's a lot that goes into play. The same way, like not everybody has the same health thing. Like some people who are thin versus guys who are bigger tend to look older, and guys who are thinner tend to look a lot younger. So there's a lot that plays into it. Like I still get chicks that be walking up to me. Like I had a chick that walked up to me just a couple of days ago, and I mean I think she and I might have been around the same age. Maybe she's younger than I am. Hard to say. She's Korean, and she's like, "You're really young," and I'm like, "I'm 44," and then and she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and I was like, "I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask." But
You're like,
I know she's close. But
yeah,
I'm like,
hell
hey,
yeah.
hey. And I meet girls who are younger than that, and they're just like, I can't believe that I would have thought that you were like 36, 30, 34. And I'm just like, me? That's cute. Thank you for saying that, but that's cute.
So what do you think about cause bro, like Clav and his looks maxing bullshit is killing a
Fucking looks maxing. Oh my god.
bro, like generations of kids are falling by the wayside because these dumbasses are making themselves sterile with fucking testosterone and stuff like that before they're ever even out of high school. What do you think about that?
How do you okay? First question is like, how did you think? What does Florida have to do with messing people up? People have been messed up way before Florida.
And
Uh,
Florida be fucking people up though. Florida, the devil.
looks maxing is weird. There's a phenomenon, not a phenomenon, but there is a trend. I guess I want to say trend. Looking back on studies when it comes to rats, I don't know if you've heard it already when it comes to the aspect of looks maxing with rats, and it's called like the perfect society. The perfect society. Maybe I should do like I should do a video or a recap of it, but it's the perfect society for rats, which is basically they have all the abundance of food, they have the abundance of I, I got you, my guy, I got you. Just let me get this off real quick. Um, there's like the abundance of food, the abundance of mating habits. Everybody, it's like a city. Everybody's able to be around each other, whatever. And unfortunately, everybody starts off real good. They start meeting with each other. They start building families, all sorts of stuff like that. And it's all rat community, right? I'm about to say colonies, but rats don't have colonies. So it's a rat community. But eventually, there is an abundance that happens, right? That means there are abundance of rodents, female rodents, male rodents, and everything. And all of a sudden, the idea of coupling and breeding is not really that important. And then there's even the study within that particular communal society that there are particular rats that are now called the beautiful ones. These
Oh,
are
yeah.
these are rats that spend their time cleaning their coats and looking nice rather than actually engaging with females in order to
No way.
if I find it, I'll send you the link. But
What?
yeah, it's part of the rodent study and it's already out there. Kev, what's good, man? What's good, my guy?
What
What's
up,
going on,
kid?
boys? How y'all doing? Hello. Salute, salute.
Pretty good,
Seeing
pretty
y'all
good.
brothers chopping it up. I'm like, man, come on, let me tap in real quick. For sure. You already
Have
know.
you heard about these look
Yeah.
smashing rats? So do these
Yeah, I have seen that. That's a
do
cold
they,
ass documentary. I think it's called Rat Park, if I remember
Yes,
correctly. It
yes,
might be. Was
yes.
it
That's
Rat
what it
Park?
is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's either Rat Park or Rat Society or something like that. But yeah.
It's something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I got a cold ass like rabbit hole about rats. So I heard Joe Rogan talking about some rat documentary on Netflix in New York City and like how intelligent these little creatures actually are. And that
Rats
led
are
me into
very smart. Ve-
super
People
intelligent,
don't.
bro.
People do not give credit to rats. People think that
At all.
the smaller the animal, the less intelligent. But that's not true at all.
Not at
what?
Rats are.
all.
There,
I've seen a rat. I've seen a rat stand up like on his back legs and use his own tail to snap a trap
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
what's on it and
there,
not
Yeah.
even have to put his head towards it.
they're
I've seen it
Yeah.
happen.
connected
Facts.
too as a group, bro. Like I was just talking about it today on my stream. The rats in New York City develop certain behaviors simultaneously, bro. Like without any connecting factors, the rats in Europe instantly develop those same uh, developments. Like where then like
Yeah. Exactly.
I got
It's just like
look at
it's
this way. You're
yeah, be
44.
44.
Yet
Yeah.
I sure am, baby girl. I am 44.
Yeah.
And
Baby
I put it
girl.
down like anyone in their good 30s or 20s. Don't you fucking forget it.
Yeah, I'm still fucking like I'm on testosterone replacement
That's
therapy.
a
Yeah, let's
fact.
keep playing. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right about that, Blizzy. Um, I heard something and they was talking about it might have been in that documentary called Rats itself, where they said rats like operate similar to mycelium. They got this huge mycelium growth in like the Pacific Northwest. And I think it spans for like something crazy, like at least 10 miles. It might be 100 miles. But some shit'll happen. Well, it'll attack like there'll be an attack on the like the top of the mycelium, like the growth itself, and instantaneously it'll communicate to the bottom of the fucking cluster and let it itself know like, hey, we got an attack going here. We gotta like fire off some different like type of defense mechanisms
Yeah,
or whatever the case may be.
there's something weird about that. Like, and again, like I have heard about the mouse thing, the mic, like the or rather the rat thing, because
Yeah,
they're all huddling towards each other the same way. How I heard the same way communal aspect for ants and even for bees. But I don't understand how that really, maybe because we don't look at them the same way as us. So
right.
communication can still be the same way. Like if there's a whole group of us and we're screaming like, yo, don't come here, and then everybody else is screaming that same message like telephone, it could
Hmm.
just be that. But since we don't understand the way how other animals, communicate, like for instance, you have two dogs, they know how to communicate with each other. We don't have a fucking clue.
yeah, but is it a
No, I'm saying you're
possibility?
saying it's global. You're saying across global. And here's the truth of the matter.
Be tele We're talking about
But I'm thinking about it.
telecommunication.
But we do have aspects of that, right? Have you ever heard like there are people who like there are people who are on the other side of the globe who feel like there was gonna be like there are people who said like felt like there was gonna be a big disaster was coming on. They could feel it, like they had pressure in their chest and everything. And then all of a sudden there was the earthquakes that happened in Japan. Or how
Yeah.
we can talk about how there are people who like I left my husband with the kids and I went to go fly for an engagement that was going to happen in Europe, and then something happened, and one of the kids died, and the mother still felt it. Like there are
Hmm.
things that we just really can't explain that does really happen.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you're right about that. Graham Hancock says some shit cold blooded. He says, we're a species with amnesia, you know? And I believe that, bro,
Mm,
because you think about stuff like we don't like all three of us, we really don't know each other that well. But I think like just through being in this space and really like communicating, I bet if I was with y'all niggas in public and I just shot y'all a look, you finna understand what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, I kind of know what Kev's personality is. Like, yeah, I'm finna understand that. That's like a form of communicating telepathically. Although you can read my body language, but you look at my eyes and shit, our eyes meet, it's like a different energy exchange there. So it
you know
could be like
the funny part
some
about
type
that,
shit like
Kev?
that.
The funny part about that, Kev, I think that social media and how we do things now is trying to repair something that we've lost by that.
Facts.
Yeah.
Like we lost that ability, so therefore we're trying to supplement by technology now.
What's up, dude? That's what I was gonna say about the rats, because you were saying like about the levels of communication. We're not talking about it going as far as being telekinesis, are we? Because they still would have to
Telekinetic, not kinesis. Kinesis is moving
Yeah.
objects.
It's
Kinetic is
moving
to the
shit.
brain.
Yeah.
telepathic. Wouldn't call
Yeah.
it.
Perfect.
Because this phenomenon happens in humans too. I was actually like going down a rabbit hole with ChatGPT that there are instances where like becoming lactose intolerant, like when they started to homogenize milk or whatever. When the people started to homogenize milk here on one side of the globe, the other people became lactose intolerant. And it's like, and bro, like when you think about it, cow's milk is actually something that's like such a fucking weird, bizarre drink for us to be drinking in the first place. Like, how do you end up at the on the business end of a cow's titty? Like, historically,
You got to be thirsty, you know?
something perverted or some shit,
Yeah.
uh, but yeah, like, bro, I'm starting to think that the whole like simulation theory is just like a fact, man.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know right now, blind. Oh shit, I'm trying to adjust
Yeah.
your
He trying to.
frequency right now
Yeah.
because you sound better without the echo cancellation, but yeah, I'm noticing that you're getting feedback.
Oh my god, bro.
Don't you touch anything. I don't need you going
Yeah.
out like
Bro
you did
got
on
it.
your live.
Yeah.
Like I don't need you going out like last time.
Calm down, nigga.
You're
Yeah. Let him get his producer on for sure.
no. I'll work it out. You're good. Just do yourself a favor when because you're sounding good. You're just really close to your mic. So just
Oh
like
yeah, my bad.
when you talk, just like try to give yourself at least a good. I hate to say this is gonna be really gay. This is but this try to have at least two fist distance from your mic.
That's crazy. But he did this, bro. Did you guys? It's a little sidebar or whatever. Did because the nigga did this shit or whatever. Did you guys watch Andrew Schultz at all?
Not in a while, especially not since the whole Akash thing.
Yeah, it got a little weird after that. I just seen a clip of him the other day, and they had one of them, like, I don't know if it was a Tesla robot, but they had one of them high tech new robots, you know. And but they start asking this robot like all kind of crazy questions, and they told him like, he was like, "Hey, bro, what would it look like? Like, could you demonstrate what would it look like with an elephant like cleaning its tusks?"
What?
The fucking robot went like this, fool. Yeah. They just all like, oh my god, these motherfuckers out of pocket.
That's perfect.
Fucking hilarious. It's a funny ass clip though. Yeah.
Hey, Akash did that podcast dirty, bro.
Yeah.
Like lately, have y'all seen that? When he pretty much
He did. Honestly, I don't think he did it dirty. They did him dirty before anything else. Think about it. He was the co-host of. Think about it. The other two motherfuckers. No one really knows who the fuck they are. So it's Akash and Andrew Schultz. The other two, no one gives a fuck about the other two. And if you feel a way about it, kick rocks. Like kick fucking rocks. No one really gives a shit about
Go
them.
fucking polish both your touch like an elephant, nigga.
So the fact that I didn't even realize it like until he said it in a most recent interview. I didn't even know the motherfucker was missing for a month. He was missing for a whole 4 fucking weeks.
Yeah.
yeah. And then he comes back and co-signs that bitch who was talking about popping her pussy for frat boys and having a rotation and shit, getting her
His
butt
wife?
fingers.
His wife.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like here's my thing. Do I believe that she did all that stuff? I don't fucking know. I think that if you did all that shit, you shouldn't be really doing that, especially talking all that shit when you married. But at the same time, it's like this. Here's what I personally think. I think she's She's a early adoption into the internet. We've all been on the internet, right? We're still on the internet today. And let's be honest, a lot of people who get on the internet, and I don't know if it's the peer pressure or the thoughts of who you really are, or whatever, but a lot of people that haven't really figured out who they're supposed to be on the internet. So maybe she thought, because let's be honest, she didn't come on the internet like any of us, right? Or any people who got big. You come on, you got to figure out who you want to be, what's your angle, what's your niche, what kind of platform you're going to have. She came on the internet pretty much running on what her husband does.
But you're completely
Wait,
Nepo baby. Little Nepo baby.
hear me out. She came in, she didn't have to work her way up through social media like the rest of us. She immediately got money for a podcast.
Yeah, facts.
If I had immediate money for a podcast, I probably would tank too, just to be honest with you.
But what she said, bro, he thought she was.
But why did she say it? Because there are people, and I'm gonna pull it from Resto Chesto. There are some people up here that just want to be fucking characters. That's not their real. So she thought this is the way you do things. Because one of the things that got pulled up even from the interview that she did, what she said, she was trying to be the brown version of what? No. What did she say? She's trying to be the brown version of what? That's my dad. That's my daddy podcast. Call me daddy podcast. She was already pretending to be something that she wasn't.
Got it.
So you're gonna automatically bro. I could present the evidence right now. Check it out, guys.
Mm-hmm.
She's supposedly a virgin until she meets Akash, and still decides to fuck him before they get married.
Lying. I'm gonna be honest. I gotta ask you a very clarifying question. Did you? I gotta ask you a very clarifying. 2 questions. Number 1, did you meet Jasleen before all this happened?
I don't know that bitch.
So no. The second question: have you checked her hymen before this happened?
I'm going by.
No. That was a question. Did you check her hymen? Did you check her hymen before this happened?
Of course I did. That's the first.
Okay, so I'm gonna default to the thing that I say often. We don't know what we don't know.
No, but that's what do you mean? We do know that Akash is operating under the framework that he's in a traditional Indian marriage where his wife was a fucking virgin.
I love that you say that. What is a traditional Indian marriage to you?
And it's not what it is to me, it's what it is to them.
No. Traditional Indian marriage means something. What does it mean to you? Does it mean that they met each other? Does it mean there was a whole bunch of ceremony? Does it mean that they were? Does it mean that they were arranged? What does it mean?
Right.
I don't know what he has to do, but I know the fact.
But that matters when you make up that as a point. It matters.
It's true. Okay, so hold on. Time out. So what is it? So what does a traditional Indian marriage look like to you? Or like, what is your assumption of what that is?
Honestly, I might be able to pull up the person who might be able to explain this, who's actually Indian. I might.
Okay. But before you give us the facts, though, you know what I mean? What does that look like to you, Blind?
It's a fucking traditional Mexican there. I don't know. Being honest about your sex, number one, out the gate, because it isn't a matter of like this culture thing. It's the fact that Akash is sitting on a podcast prescribing men how to behave and be a quote unquote alpha or dominant male when he's basically being cooked by this bitch because she
can't get a hold of her.
She's saying that she was a virgin whenever they met, bro, and she's not, which gives him this false sense of security that he don't. Bro, his wife is literally. You can't fake a picture? She's literally taking pictures with her ass hanging out, and a dude like plastic surgery guy or whatever. I don't know what the fuck he done, but like a doctor or a nurse or whatever, like with his face by her ass, putting it on social media. Like the evidence is overbearing, bro, that she was a hoe.
I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily call her a hoe, but I think if what she said on the internet was
We we
being, if
we
she was
can't
being
call her a
genuine,
hoe if we haven't seen her actual hoe facts.
yeah, I wouldn't say that though. But I
So
would say she was capping.
for
If the
instance,
shit
like
that she said,
we never seen Lori Harvey get her back broken, but we know she has a lot of people that she's been dating, right?
she been
Can we
caught
say the
outside with a
same?
lot of
Can
niggas, that
we
don't
say
make
the
her a
same
hoe.
thing for Jasleen though?
Present it a different way.
I don't think so.
Would
Like, not
Which
necessarily.
means outside of Akash, we really don't have a history of her, do we?
look,
Unless we take her fucking words for it, you know what I mean? If her word is bond, right? Because she said some wild shit though.
No,
She was
she
like,
did.
well,
Especially when
she
she talked
definitely
about
said some crazy shit.
her booty accident.
Exactly. In the college
that
fucking
booty
stories and
tickle.
shit like that. Like, bitch, she was like, okay, she had slipped up and she was talking about, like, I'll let the nigga finger pop the pussy or whatever the case may be. She wound up saying some shit like that. So how the fuck is your hymen intact? Not only that, but we seen the videos of how she tried to play her husband on and shit when the nigga tried to reach over and just give her a kiss. She like, nigga, back
Okay,
up.
okay.
Type shit like
I'm
little
gonna put
shit
it
like
this
that.
way:
It's like, man, come on, man. That's out.
the kissing thing.
Yeah.
She tried to explain it. I
It
even
didn't
tried.
hit.
I
That shit
she
didn't
tried
land,
to
Rash.
explain it. She tried to explain it as a. And don't get me wrong, I might even have some of this because I'm a person that when I'm out, like I don't like public.
Don't get this, don't
no,
get
no,
this bitch a bridge to walk over this
no, no,
water,
no,
bro.
no, no,
Don't
no.
do that.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about even
Okay.
me.
trying to hit
I do not like public displays of affection. Like I don't engage in it.
you know,
Okay, bitch. You don't like, and I'm not calling you bitch. I'm talking about the bitch.
No, no,
Bitch, you
say
don't
what you
like
say.
public display. You don't like
Say what
public
you said. You
displays of
stand on it. You
affection.
stand on what you
don't
call me a
like
bitch,
that?
nigga.
Don't do that, Rez. Don't do that. You out of pocket, my nigga. No, but don't play that. I don't like public displays of affection. But then you gonna talk about how somebody was finger popping you and doing all this, that, and the
Wow,
third.
that's wild.
Like, come on, man.
It's
You
wild.
know, what
Look,
are we doing?
let me ask y'all this: a
Okay.
chick's not a hoe. Like, let's say a good girl, a
Mm-hmm.
traditionally just a decent girl. Have y'all ever met a decent?
What is traditional? Cause not for nothing. Hey, as someone a little bit, I've listened. I've dated a Muslim girl. I'm not gonna say I ain't get my rocks off. I just never been in that pussy.
Check it out though. To whatever your standard of a decent girl is, so whatever your standard is, do you know of any decent girl, a girl that's not a hoe, that will go on social media with her voice and face and say, "I was popping my pussy for frat boys like crazy. I had a rotation of God." Like, bro, those are words that only a fucking
I hear you. His voice gonna sound very bad because I hear your point.
Wait. Don't deflect. The nigga asked you if you know anybody like that.
That says pop their pussy.
they would say
That's
that.
acting like that.
That's acting like that. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. Especially, and I would say in this day
Okay.
and age, like there are some people that want to try to feign the naivete. I'm not really following that, especially in 2026. This happened since 2025, basically.
Right.
Like, if I'm going back in the old days, popping pussy on a handstand didn't mean throwing your shit out. It meant stripper term,
Dancing. Yeah,
popping your
exactly.
pussy. You know what I mean? Like,
Type shit.
no. Blind. Hear me out. In this day, like, and keep in mind, well, when was the last time we really thought as just being a stripper thing? I'm gonna say like 2023, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe?
like,
Maybe before that.
Maybe before that, like
Maybe
so.
before that.
But the terminology has changed. That means that you was giving your shit out.
twerking.
Now the question is she up to code with that? Because
Well,
she's been in a marriage.
then let's take the
I'm
other.
not trying to cover for him. We're saying that I'm gonna go back to the same thing I always said. We don't know what we
Okay,
don't
take
know.
your cape off. Cause I'm just finna tell you, take your goddamn cape off.
Nigga, I don't wear capes. I'm Omni. I would drown a bit.
Yeah, well, I hope you die, bitch.
thing, bro. If she had principles and she was saving her virginity, why would she not even wait till marrying Akash to sleep with him?
I like that you said that because here's something that's very important in what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know that many episodes. Maybe you know more, and then you can explain to me. Is it just the fact that she ran across Akash because she just didn't want to deal with so many other men. I got you, dude. Just hold me up. Hold up for me. She ran across so many other men, and she's just like, we wasn't really gonna fucking with them like that. Or did she save herself? Those are very important words. Saving yourself means that you had some other moral thing going on in your mind that you want to make sure it was strictly for marriage, or you just didn't. We're like, I'm not really gonna give it up because I got all the other hoes that be doing other shit, and I'm just not really cool with that.
This kind of gets a little weird though, Resk. And let me ask a question, and then
Okay,
I'll throw
well,
it over to you, Blizzy.
but before you get into your question, hold the question in your head. Dude, what's going on, man? Brother, appreciate you being up here.
What it
up,
do?
brother?
What it do?
Hey,
It's a pleasure, man.
Appreciate
Appreciate
you.
it.
Hello, brother.
Appreciate you come up here. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Already, man. I appreciate you for letting me up. What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Man,
bro?
how you doing, brother? Come on.
Man, everything is good. I'm just listening to the game, man. Y'all keep it up. I'm listening.
This
All
my
right.
thing
So,
here.
Kev, go
So
ahead.
she said all this. So she said all this, that, and the third, right? So is her actions like, it's cool. Saving yourself for what though? If you already been participating in all the other shit, you've been giving niggas head, you've been letting niggas finger you, and this, that, and the third, are you really saving yourself at that point? Talking about like, well, my hymen is intact. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, but you've been letting niggas finger pop you and like run up in you, urine them in.
not
Oh, man,
for
is that the
nothing.
same thing?
Not for nothing, Kev. The girl, I did a long time ago. I didn't break her hymen, but I've been everywhere else, and she's been married with 2 kids and been with that only nigga since.
Type shit. So okay. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, God bless her. That's a little bit different, but bitch, you really
It's a
did
little
save
bit different.
yourself. It is a little. It's a little bit different, but
So I did
you really
everything
didn't
except
save
shop with
yourself
the
for
pussy,
nothing.
and that's the only thing that's different.
Well, no, it's different that she actually like she got with another nigga and then that's been her mainstay. That's what's different. But what I'm saying though, I don't know if you want to say ideology or ideologically or whatever wise. You know, how do y'all feel as men if a woman talking about, well, I'm still a virgin, I never let no dick up in my urine on me, but I've been finger popped, I've been giving blowies, I let niggas fuck me in the ass, all kind of shit. Is that really saving yourself, bitch? Like I thought you was doing this for God and for me. Like, oh, you were
Here's
doing
the thing,
everything else.
Kev. Here's the thing. What do the rules of sex actually constitute? What is the actual contract of sex?
I want to answer
That's
the
the
question.
thing
Is
that
there?
because
Is
here's the
there
thing. Because there have been people, by the way, men who have had sons getting married to who've done some violating shit. They didn't
Yeah.
trust the woman and they shoved their fingers up there looking for blood. And this is their
Yeah.
son's wife, soon to be wife.
Who
Is
did
that not
that?
some crazy shit?
Who the fuck did that? Yeah, that's crazy.
This was prominent in Arab. This is prominent in Arab and Indian societies.
Okay, so this is back in the day. This is like antiquity type shit when they were still doing shit like bloodletting and shit like that.
I wanna say the earliest example that I can think of is happening in the 90s.
Crazy. Okay.
I want to answer the question because you said
Okay.
what do we think? And if it's me, if a girl's out there getting banged in the butt, giving blowjobs and getting finger popped, I wouldn't care if she's not no virgin to me. I mean, so you ain't nobody hit the twat, but they got every other hole. Man, come on, you ain't no damn
Right.
virgin. And what does it mean to be a virgin in this day and age? If you're not super religious, it don't even really mean nothing. And a lot of girls that's a virgin in their 20s and 30s don't be no fun. You got to train them anyway, type of stuff, and they can't even take it. So,
But you gotta train them in the vagina, sir.
man, listen. So to me, man, it really don't. It's meaningless to be a virgin, but all your other hoes been exploited.
Yeah, that's some weak game shit,
I
bro.
agree.
You want a bitch that don't have nothing to compare you to a lot of times, and I don't find that like
Wait. Well, you said what to compare you to? Wait first. Do you blind? Do you want to have some chick compare you to another? Do you think that some chick should be snake blind? You were a great guy. You definitely got me off. You
want
didn't
that.
you didn't make my legs shake like wrestler did. Like is that what you?
I don't want that, but I'm not dumb,
Oh,
bro. Especially because a bitch is always like, "You're the best I ever had." Well, so much
Yeah,
better.
right, bitch.
Hey, ask about me, shit.
because honestly, here's the truth of the matter. I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do, and let's just say I ran across you and your chick in the fucking grocery store, and he was like, "You know her?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Me and my
Yo.
chick
And if you're like, yo, what should I think? I'm trying to see the deal. What should I think about her? And I knew how I blew her back out, her ass out, that I been fucking gave her a strong jaw and everything. You know, I look right in your face. I'm gonna look right in your face, blind. I'm gonna say, you might as well name her Gillette, the best a man can get. That's what.
Fucking retarded.
That's what I'm.
Hell no. Go ahead and get that, my nigga.
Let's
Take it from me. She's worth it. Head ass.
I'm not gonna say anything otherwise.
The only way that I can compete with that, bro, is to make sure that I satisfy my chick sexually, right? Real talk.
Yeah.
Like if I know my chick has gotten like this crazy circus dick that wrestling slinging out here and getting her fucking insides blown out and shit, but I love her enough to want to be with her, then I have to rise to the occasion, right? That's the only option I have. So, like, to me, that's the only option, bro. Perform to rise to the standard or exceed the standard. You can't be like, oh, well, bro, you have to be a virgin. I mean, that's crazy talk to me, in my opinion. Anyway, bro, all that.
Yeah. I mean, what again, blind? What if she is a virgin and you never had that hymen broken, but she's had a little bit of a test running the back door? You should be okay.
Well, I grew up with some Mormon chicks, dog. They have the poophole loophole.
I probably ran through some of those Mormon chicks.
Damn,
Either
the
way,
loophole is crazy. Hell nah.
no, it's a contract. It's a loophole. You gotta listen. That's all it is.
To me, it's like if
You're not willing to convert. Sure, what can we work with?
if you think you're a virgin, shit, more power to you, bitch. You ain't gonna be what?
Well, it matters. What do we consider virginity, right? And I think for a lot of people, they consider it to be the hymen. They're not thinking about the Duke shoot.
True.
Right.
And the bitch that sold her virginity for $1 million didn't even have.
Sir, can you be on? Are you sure you be on camera? Are we worried about the FTA or FBI, CIA running up on your ass, huh?
Oh, my boy then froze a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, my connection's bad if you're talking to me. It's a commie internet.
Yeah, you go.
That's what happens when you live in a goddamn hole trying to hide.
Yep.
Is that Josh?
Yeah, that's Josh. What's up, bro?
Just as ugly as I imagined, Josh.
Look at her. Look. He shows up out of nowhere and he got the worst internet. Like he's hiding in one of Bin Laden's tunnels.
Type shit. Yeah. No. What they call that shit? Did you hear
tell you
about
what,
that
you
shit?
can talk all the shit you want behind. You can talk all the shit you. Hold up, blind. You can talk all the crap you want about me, but at least I ain't going behind a black man, right? So I ain't throwing no hot dog down the hallway.
Oh shit. Well, you'd be surprised, nigga. Ask your mom about me. You would be surprised, sir. Yeah.
That's a crazy thing to say, Josh.
Oh shit.
To be honest, bro, that's funny as fuck.
That's crazy.
I would never say it, so you're crazy, Josh. But yeah, white people be at a deficit in the bedroom though, so you can't really. I don't know if I would even.
Wrestler, don't do it, wrestler. Let that go. Let it go.
Let me tell you how to
Yeah,
fix
you
that.
seen
Let me
him,
tell you
huh,
how to
dude?
fix that deficit, right? Go after Asian women. They have smaller hands.
I'm trying to help you out. It's
Blah,
gonna
blah,
be great later on if you start saving a white knighting for white dudes' penises, brother. Don't do it.
No, I wasn't doing that. I thought I was just gonna step away all the way. I wasn't gonna do it though. I wasn't gonna do that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm out of here. Y'all got it for a second. I'm gone.
I seen Reza shaking his head like, blind, don't say that. Well, you know.
No, I wasn't gonna go. No, I wasn't going that direction.
So, are y'all, Josh and Dude, y'all haven't given us y'all's opinion on whether what's her name, Jezebel, Akash, chick. Was she hoeing or not before she met this dude?
Jasleen? I think it's Jasleen or something.
Jazz
like that,
Jizleen.
I have no idea what show y'all talking about.
Oh shit! That's like a podcaster and his wife.
Yeah.
What's the name of the show?
It was an Andrew Schultz
There,
podcast. I forget
there's
what it's
no
called.
show. It's what happened with the actual comedian. Akash Singh, his wife she wanted to be on social media and she started her own podcast, and her whole image, her own persona was all about just trashing the shit out of her very popular comedian husband.
Dude, okay, another the fucking naked dude talking about having an orgy with old boy, bro. If my chick did that to me, dog, like that would not be
That I will say that was considered, no pun intended, flagrant. That was
Yeah.
flagrant.
That definitely was flagrant. Like, bitch, you out of pocket. Like, stop embarrassing me. Like, bitch, stop embarrassing me like
Don't
that.
sit there talking about how you, by the way, in front of the very
Hell
woman, how
no.
you want to have a threesome with her and her man is
Right,
crazy.
you got me fucked up, bitch. You gonna sit up here in front of my homie talking about shit? Well, shit.
Well,
Nigga,
it-
you
it's
down to
worse
fuck?
than
'Cause I'm
that.
down to fuck. If your bitch down to fuck my husband, then I'm down to fuck.
But it
Like,
was
bitch,
worse
don't
than that.
embarrass me like
It wasn't
that.
like she just did it. It wasn't like she just did it, and it was like just a girls talk. The nigga was there.
Yeah, right.
The nigga
there.
was there. The guy was there.
Yeah, she was like talking about how she been fantasizing about his urine on me. She like, oh yeah, the nigga look like he got a gigantic urine on me. Like, bitch, he's sitting up there looking stupid as fuck. Like, yeah, I was fantasizing about her little urine on me too. to be
She
honest. Like,
was definitely
motherfucker.
putting him on cuck edition. She surely
Yeah.
was.
100%. She embarrassed that nigga. Like, don't embarrass me like that, bitch. I didn't put a ring on your finger. I'm taking care of you, all this shit. Don't embarrass me. Don't play with me like that. Don't do that. No.
Go ahead, Blunt.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's why he hasn't been back to flagrant, bro. Like, how could he ever go back to saying the shit that he used to say when
Well, he claimed he was on tour. He claims he was on tour for a while. It was a whole month. I didn't even realize a month went by, but he claims he was on tour.
he said, and
Which is
that,
actually a possibility. That's actually fair. You know, it's possible.
Would you guys still value a woman that says she was a virgin and she really is a virgin, but still did everything else? Like, do that still count for you? Do y'all?
What
As long as I don't fucking know
I
about
think
it.
I think it's well. So I'm happy that Josh said it because that's what I was leaning on. But it's all about the fact that she willing to tell you what she was gonna say. It's all for you, except for the fact that I did get the Duke shoot. I've had a couple of facials. I did wear a pearl necklace. I did do a tit job. But this pussy is all yours. This bloody vagina is all
You
yours.
did everything porn star edition except for get ran through your little cooter. You
I-
did everything else.
everything except for the DP in the
Right.
vagina.
Right.
Yeah, so you would still value a woman as a virgin, like does that still hold value with you? Because me personally, I think it diminishes the value of the virginness. I think that the virginness to me, like, is you don't even have that no more. In my eyes, I know technically a virgin means to not have sex in the cooter. I get that, but for me personally, like, it diminishes your value still. Like, you still can't. Around me, you can't hold that title. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the same.
I'm gonna be honest.
As long as you don't know about it, and as long as there's no.
No, I'm saying you know
photography
about it.
video
I'm saying that you
exists
know.
to demonstrate.
I'm talking about like he's saying basically like when she farts is a wind tunnel. Like
Nigga fart like bitch fart like this. Like, God damn.
Uh,
Yeah, damn, bitch.
you,
Bird
you
to my
know
ass,
she
bitch.
got, like you know she's got the gape. That's what he's
They all
talking
silent
about.
and
Like,
shit.
she told
Yeah,
you
every fart is
it ain't
silent, like,
silent.
bitch.
It's just the gape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it
Oh,
again. Like, you want to solve all these problems? Go to Asian women. They're typically smaller, right? So you
you're
can't- even if they
you're a
want to
liar.
hold you ain't gonna know.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
You're a liar because I can say right now, you know who they celebrate us. They like me. They like me. Like they.
Yeah.
We already discussed this. I ain't going behind a black man because I ain't throwing a hot dog down a hallway. It just ain't gonna happen.
Well, you're hoping that the woman that you're dealing with is willing to tell you.
Right,
Well,
exactly.
like I say, I know
That's
I'm
why he
gonna
can't-
know because as soon as I have to lay a 2x4 across it and fucking rope, right? If I'm falling in, I'm gonna know something's up.
You've been watching too many movies, Josh. It ain't
Yeah,
that serious.
exactly. It don't
Oh,
always
there-
work
there-
like
there-
that.
there-
bro.
there-
Just
there-
because a
there-
bitch had a
there-
big
there-
dick don't mean her
2x4
fucking
is
pussy
crazy.
gonna be loose as fit. Yeah. What the hell?
That shit
But
be
no.
snapping back, Brody.
Yeah, type
Not
shit.
not all of them, man. Not all of them snap back.
Not all of
And
them. I don't really think it's too much about the dicks that she been with, though. To be honest, I think it's more like
no,
it's a lot. It's a
it
lot to do
does.
with childbirth that has a big part to
Well,
do with
yeah,
it. From what I've noticed,
childbirth
you know.
does make a difference,
Yeah.
Kev. But there's a difference when you're talking about. Oh, I've only been with one. This is the dumb shit that I've only been with one guy, so basically I'm a virgin. But if that
Yeah.
guy was 13 inches and say the nigga that she's dealing with now is 6, you've been taking that for 2-3 years. You don't think that it's gonna be a difference? There's no snapping back because there was a 3-month dry window.
Yeah, I get you, but most niggas ain't 13 inches. You
Right.
could be 13 inches long and not have no girth for fuck all. So you
That's
just been fucking
also
up her
true.
cervix for like the last 3 months or whatever the case may be. But you
That's
got no girth. Yeah, if you got a nigga got some girth and like really boring that thing out, I'm talking like boring that thing out.
well.
Yeah,
Here's the
for
funny part
sure.
about that. What if he's not 13 inches? Let's say he's 4 inches, but the nigga got the girth.
Yeah, all tuna can edition. Yeah, type shit. You know? Yeah. I don't know,
Man.
bitch. You been
Yeah.
fucking with that chicken of the sea too long, bitch. I can't do this.
Let's see.
Can't do this. You know? Yeah, I get that for sure.
I
Get
just-
you some Kegels or something like that. Y'all ever been with a bitch that fucks with the Kegels?
Oh
Yes.
God, unfortunately.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have.
I don't know what that
Yeah.
is.
The
They're
Kegels is
they're
they got these
exercises.
little-
What?
You explain, Rest. Go ahead.
So they are the exercises that deal with the sphincter that controls your bladder and your contractions and everything, and you can strengthen that muscle to make you tighter as a woman.
So you asked me, have I ever been with a woman that tightens up her coochie muscle? Is that what you?
Yes, essentially.
Oh, I
I'm
mean,
talking about like when you say when you're pounding it deep and you want to rest in, but then all of a sudden she gets that little, and then she grips you. You can feel her shit grip your
Yeah,
shit.
they got the kung fu grip for real though. They actually
Yeah.
got like a grip. They can grab your shit too.
Yeah.
Grab your shit. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's different though. That's different. So that type of bitch could have been fucking with a nigga that's like all girth edition pause. You know what I mean? But if she handling her Kegels or this, that, and the third, like you not finna really know about that.
Is that the technical term, or is this
No, they're called Kegels. They're called
it's called
Kegels. They're
Kegels,
called Kegel
yeah.
exercise.
That is hilarious as fuck. Why would they do that?
Yeah. To keep that shit tight, bro. I was with one woman that
Well,
did this shit. They had the
there are two
Kegels, and that
reasons.
shit
One,
was
they,
No,
one,
no,
they,
I mean, why do they call it that? Not why do they do it? I'm like, that
Well,
Kegels is funny.
well, there's
Good question.
two reasons for it. One they make it that reason for the sexual one, but the original reason for the Kegel exercise was literally you're gonna need that muscle for pushing your child out when you're pregnant.
Is that what it's called? The Kegel muscle?
It's called
Yeah.
raising your pelvic floor.
And
Oh,
you're
there you
gonna
go. Why is it
it's
called
the same
Kegels?
muscle. It's the same muscle you use for not for nothing taking a shit when you're gonna push it out. The same muscle you're gonna
Oh.
use for pushing out your kid.
Okay, peep game. So this is what the AI overview says on Google. Kegel exercises are named after Dr. Arnold Kegel, an American gynecologist who in 1948 published research describing pelvic floor muscle training to help patients strengthen the muscle to keep that pussy tight. Long story short.
But it
Well,
also
named after a
strengthens the
doctor.
pushing out. Yeah, it also strengthens the push because there are women who become so exhausted because of those long contractions that they're not able to they really need that extra help. So people try to get them in. That's what this whole mommy and me classes and breathing and pushing like it's all to strengthen as well.
Right.
And there are
Yeah.
chicks that just sit in like all day long, exercise that muscle, like no matter what they're doing. But I used to know a chick does like that. And
I don't blind. I don't know not one because as far as I can understand from the women that I do know that ran across, they say it's exhausting.
Well, I seen a bitch on America's Got Talent or something like that, or like X Factor
You
or
gonna take smoke
something.
a cigarette?
No, I'm talking about the bitch.
Oh,
that
because
had, like, a
I've
Kegel
seen a
ball
woman use
inside
her
of her.
Kegels to smoke a cigarette from her.
Oh, I've seen that too. I've seen that one too. But this one I'm talking about, the bitch had like a Kegel ball with the like a chain off of it, so she could like grip the Kegel ball and like pick up weights and shit on stage with her pussy.
I seen a
I was
bitch.
like, damn, that bitch crazy, fool. But imagine she was picking up
Sound deadly.
like 35-pound kettlebells and shit with her urine. I mean, I'm like,
No,
oh,
thank
she'll
you.
snatch your whole dick up, bro. You say the wrong thing to that bitch while you inside of there, she'll
You
snatch your
not
whole shit
going
up.
nowhere.
It's love.
Yeah. Where you
That's
going, nigga? You finna cuddle. Yeah.
Hey,
Uh,
have you ever used that machine at the gym, bro? That's for that shit. Like, I swear to God, dog, I almost had a fucking hernia. Like, I almost started crying, bro. Like, I literally felt my fucking stomach like it was being ripped out of my nuts. I was like, oh. But it's like, I remember if it's like pushing in with your thighs or pushing out. But
yeah.
it's like the craziest fucking sensation.
Blind, you look like you done tightened up your kegels before.
Shit.
That's crazy.
The Kegler and looking at us.
It is I, the Kegler. That ass.
Oh, shit.
Wait, what machine was that though?
The Kegler.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the
Oh, yeah, you
that
ain't paying attention, Kev? The
was the
Kegler.
Eagle. I don't know what the fuck it was.
That
He talking about the
nigga
thigh
Josh.
master, I think.
Josh is the Kegler elf looking ass.
Oh,
Oh shit, that is fucking funny.
uh,
Hell nah.
but
Yeah,
that's a
what
whole.
about you? Go ahead, Blizzy. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you had a bitch that fuck with the Kegels before or no?
Hell yeah, bro.
You have.
It was like it was crazy, dog.
So
Like she.
I got a question. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Before
Come on.
before it came to the whole jazz lean and girls who are taking the girl for they're not right. I do
Yeah.
kind of want to get a little bit of people's perspective on the conversation that we're having today about people who feel like they need to be in education and that matters more than anyone else versus the people who are not in education. As a person who's
Okay.
had a little bit of both education, both not education, how do you guys personally feel about experience and who should have more opportunities? Me, in perspective, I have a degree, but at the same time, most of my experience has been someone who didn't need a degree in order to do it. Do you think that so this is my personal opinion, you don't need to agree with it, but I think a lot of employers are taking people who have degrees because of the fact that motherfuckers are in debt and therefore they think they're not going nowhere, which doesn't happen to be the case, versus those who have actually forged their way through a company and are not giving opportunity because they're not in debt. How do you feel about that?
That's
So
Okay. So let me.
what
Yeah. Go
was the
ahead.
question? Was the question who should get more opportunities? People that are degree versus people that are not.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
If we're just
Yeah.
solely looking at experience, even if the experience is quote equivalent to what a lot of applications look at, who should be given an opportunity? The potential or those who've actually done the work?
the minority.
It kind of depends, bro. It's kind of a wobbler. You know what I mean? It depends. There's a lot of X factors that go into that. It
Yeah,
depends
well,
on the
I'm asking for
position.
your personal perspective.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I said. That's a wobbler for me. I'm kind of in the middle. I don't have a bachelor's degree. I have an associate's degree. In business management. And to be honest, like I really felt like the majority of the shit that I earned with my degree, I already knew that and couldn't handle shit like that. But there was some things that were also involved with that, like researching things, having to go through certain materials that I definitely picked up some game, that I didn't just do like
You didn't
real
have before.
world
Yeah.
workforce experience for sure. So it's a wobbler for me. But it kind of depends. It depends on the position you're looking for. You're looking to hire into. Is this person like coachable, trainable, however you want to say that? I don't know, bro. That's a wobbler. Yeah, because there's certain shit I'm like, you don't need a degree for that. For sure, people are getting pimped for these college degrees. You going into debt for little or nothing. But there's some shit that you definitely should be going to college for. Like
I
nigga
think
ain't finna
I
just
think we
learn to
can
be a
get
doctor
into
and
that.
shit. Like, hold on, nigga, come in here. Like, you see me
Well,
perform this
I,
little
I think
surgical
we can
shit.
get into that, Kev. I think we can get into somewhere down the line. I think we can get into what exactly do we believe you should need a degree
Hmm.
for. I think we can get into that, but right now I want to cover the baseline. Uh,
Okay.
what's your thoughts?
Okay, I just want to I want to get a little bit more clarity on the question too. So my other question would be, you said the person that's non-degree has experience though, has experience, and then the person with the degree doesn't have any, or do they are they both?
I, I'm happy that you're asking for the clarification. I did say this earlier. So a lot of places, and this happens throughout a lot of college history, is that even to the point where we're looking at people who coming out of university now, right? They're confused as to going through school is claiming as having the experience and not necessarily being tangible. There are so many people who got in the ground floor. Maybe they started early. They started in the mail room. They started pushing carts or whatever, lifting up, putting shit in trucks or whatever, but they boost their way up. This is why you see a lot of applications, job applications that say have a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience. But in my personal experience as someone who's done assessments and sat down with a lot of people, and even someone who has to sit with recruiters and HR and look at LinkedIn resumes or Indeed or whatever else, a lot of people that end up showing up that start looking at as prominent people are people who are degree participants, even though they have no practical experience. And I'm thinking, is that right? Because they say equivalent, but the people that they pick up really only everything is theoretical, and that's not everybody, but a lot of people are coming in straight out of university, and a lot of their concepts and ideals are theoretical. It's not practical. Versus the person who's been a veteran, who's been through more shits than anything else.
Well, a degree's a good place to
No,
start.
wait. I asked too because he was asking.
Oh,
Appreciate
okay.
it. So I'm like Kev, like I'm kind of stuck in the middle too, because it definitely depends on the job, and it also depends on the person too. So like, you don't want to hire somebody that's not degree to do super technical stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want somebody that's not degreed in the medical field. Like I wouldn't want somebody like doing surgery on me that ain't went to school. You know what I'm saying? But I also, me, I've been a supervisor for about 8 years now. And I've hired people who didn't have the experience, but had the ambition and have come and worked really hard for me, harder than somebody who was experienced and think they could just come through and kick their feet up.
I
Oh, I
agree.
know how to do everything. You can't teach them nothing, and they want to do everything their way. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
So I think I'm in the middle with Kev. It just depends on the occupation, the person, and things of that nature. So I don't think it's really cut and dry.
No, great answer. Love it. Blind.
Oh, I was just saying that a degree's a good place to start for most instances, wouldn't you think? Because like they at least have like a baseline understanding of whatever it is that you're recruiting for.
Uh, I got a whole bunch of things that I've said before about recruiters, so I kind of want to stay away from that. And recruiters are how I get a lot of business, so I'm afraid of what they see online. I'm a kind of stay away from that one.
You can just exchange it with hiring, like whatever position you're hiring for. Like if you're
Well, I'll be honest with you. When it comes, and I've said this before, on plenty of platforms, recruiters don't really know the people that they're interviewing. Recruiters are recruiters. They're HR, or they have a specific thing that they're looking for, and the people that they're looking for talent for are their clients. They don't work the actual position, so they wouldn't know. Like you couldn't ask a recruiter about construction. They don't work construction. They're there to get as much of a baseline as possible for what you think they think you do know, so they can pass you on to the person who actually does know what the fuck you know. They don't really know the job. If I ask a recruiter about a big tech field or financial field, they really don't know. That's no disrespect. So maybe they have a little bit of semblance of what's going on based on the conversation that they had, because I've had to work with recruiters for giving them all the metrics of what I'm looking for, because I just can't go out and go hire the people myself. There's so many checks and balances. I just can't put out the application and be the person who does all the shit because I'm busy. So I need recruiters.
Well, that's a good point too. And I'm just playing the devil's advocate in the scenario and giving the opposite side is let's say you are let's say that you're a recruiter that like subcontracts his work or whatever, and you're recruiting for a stock market position. How are you going to know what the let's say like a bachelor's degree equivalency is in experience terms. So like a good place to start, or at least a good
You- You're
uh,
only gonna be able to start off of what the actual hiring manager wants, what they're looking for as a base criteria, and then that's the only thing you can really work on. Because keep in mind, the recruiter's not hiring you, which means that the person who's interviewing has to get past the recruiter first, which means they're only working off of what's been given to them by the hiring manager. Then the second interview is by the hiring manager. That's your real test.
So recruiter like initially is just to kind of vet
Correct.
okay, let's just kind of make sure that you
they
fit these
select
criteria to a certain extent, and
Correct.
then we gonna pass you over to whoever's
they
doing
Like
it.
they,
select
they like they have a cheat sheet based on what the hiring manager gave them. That's all. They really don't know your job.
I mean, I was more referring to the fact that they select you to pass you along, whether it be officially or unofficially. Basically, just saying,
Yes.
do we trust? Do we trust that a degree is at least going to give you a baseline understanding of the position? Is kind of the point that I was making.
Well, here's the thing. So, for instance, let's put it this way. Let's just say I am applying for a finance position, right? But my bachelor's degree, my master's degree is in liberal arts.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Does that mean I don't have? And if I'm saying all the right things, and you can look at my history and says that I've worked in all these financial sectors, does that mean I don't qualify? Just because I don't
No,
have a
if you've got the
financial bachelor's degree?
if you've got the experience, it'll generally
Well,
trump.
well, well I'm I'm
However,
I'm asking. I got you, Josh. I'm asking Blind because Blind's the one that asked that. I'm trying to get his perspective on it. And so if I don't have a bachelor's in finance, but I have a history and I talk a good game as if I do know it, and I have references even, do I not qualify?
To me, if you have a degree that's in an adjacent field, it would be irrelevant. But I know that some people will hire people just because they have a degree, period. So I know what
I
you mean.
agree.
To me, experience trumps everything, in my opinion.
Okay. This is why I love the term that I always use. You don't know what you don't know, because I have ran across people who have bachelors, masters, associates in shit that has nothing to do with what they've been spending the majority of their life in, and it blows my mind what they know. You know, Josh, what's your thoughts?
Hold on. What was Blonde's answer? What
He
did you
says
get?
he says he doesn't know, but he would rely more on experience than anything else.
Okay.
usually the industries that require degrees, they're like some type of regulatory body that makes the requirement. An example, you want to be a police officer, right? You're gonna have to have an associate's degree, just because that's the thing they require, right? It's just a weird
No,
concept.
no longer. Now they want to now they want a bachelor. They don't want an associate no more.
I thought you could
They
do.
won't accept. They bumped that up to 4 years
Criminal justice,
now.
yes, 4 years.
After fucking all of those layoffs, after all of those layoffs, they bumped it.
It it,
Really?
it, it, hap- it
Damn,
happened
this
after
is
it happened after it happened after COVID. They won 4 years. In fact, the only quote federal job that they're willing to take with no bachelors is what? Come on, ICE.
I'm not.
It's only ICE. You have to have a bachelor's or plus, even for the police. ICE is the
It's
only
still
place that's willing to take you.
here in Minnesota. It's still a associate's degree or 2 years equivalent in college.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they
Yeah.
scrapped that in New York for God. In New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, they scrapped that shit.
Can it be any college? Like, isn't that one of the instances where you can actually like have a liberal arts degree and that qualifies?
Well, that's a deeper conversation, Blind, because I think for a lot of
Depends
places,
again on the industry, right? If you're talking about
I agree. It does depend on the industry, but I think also the thing that matters, yes, the pedigree of the college matters, but also there a lot of people will not skimp on you if you come from like some backwater fucking college, but you have a like say a 3.8. They're not gonna skimp on you. You're the underdog versus someone who's coming from like Princeton, but that doesn't mean that you can't hold your weight because they're looking for you to really shock them. In fact, they might even hire you to spite all the motherfuckers that came from Ivy League schools. But you got a big chip on your shoulder to have to deal with.
Well, and another factor.
Hold on. I really want to hear Resla's answer, but I want to hear Josh's answer because I want to see what Resla's getting to by asking this question. If y'all don't mind, I don't mean to cut you blind, but I'm trying to see what Resla is getting at with the question. Josh,
Go ahead, Josh.
My answer is quite simple. Usually, you can skip to the front of the line with enough experience. An example would be like, look at all those retired cops, not retired cops, right? There's people that have been cops for like 15 years, right? The standards were different back when they entered in. So they flat out ignore most of their like requirements. So when they go to transfer to say a new state, right, they have to get recertified, but they toss all of the requirements, the educational requirements out, and they just accept the experience, right? That's why I say the degree thing within the United States, not really a big thing. You can trump it with the
experience
usually. Now, and again, that is industry specific, right? They're not allowing that within medical. Medical, for some odd reason, they just
you gotta have
it. Almost like they keep making you go back to school, even if you had a degree, right?
Yeah.
In 10 years, you're going back again because I don't know, some asshole wrote a new book. I don't even know why, right?
Medical does that. Medical does that. Tech does that. Security does that.
Yeah, I got absolutely no fucking respect for tech. Absolutely not. I don't even believe half of their certification bullshit.
You can be like a fucking, literally like an incel hermit from hell and work for NASA in tech.
They'll make you go back to get that certification because they cost. They cost, and a lot of those certifications, they go strictly to the government.
But another point of the conversation is how much does charisma play a part in this equation versus like the other things?
So charisma is great, but you know what trumps charisma? Nepotism.
Facts.
Yeah, that's how the world works, especially in the high places. Sure.
Yeah. The point that I was getting at to do was not really a point I'm getting at, but rather how people are viewing themselves, because there are people who I run across who are younger and even older, and I'm starting to run across that demographic between, I want to say, like 30 to like 50, right? And I'm like, you should really try to play on your strengths. I'm not saying that, because I have people that end up running into me in real life. They say, Resla, should I go back to school? I'm just too old. I don't think I'd be sitting in the classroom anymore. And I'm going, you don't need to. And I find this concept of having these conversations very interesting, because I'm like, there was a time, and there still should be. Everybody is pouring for you to be in debt for a degree. Get your degree. But you can still take the core courses that you need in order to get the certificate, which means you didn't have to take all the electives. You didn't have to take all the shit that you didn't need. You just went strictly for the things that you were going to pay for. And now you have a certificate. Why is it businesses are not willing to go lean into that? And is it strictly because there's something special about the word baccalaureate? Is there something very specific about masters? Is there something very specific about the fact that you're in debt? What is it? Because the knowledge and the experience to trump everything else.
It's the debt part, because debt means business. Somebody is getting paid. So it's more about the business of education. It's not really about the education, because I don't think
it's the business of education. I don't think it is.
Well, let me make this greater point, because I say that to say this. I do think education is business, but I think the other part of it is, like, how many jobs can you not learn on the job? Like, I went to trade school. I'm a house framer by trade. You know what I'm saying? So all this education, whatever. But you can learn to be pretty much anything by sitting in front of somebody, them explaining it how it goes to you, taking some training while you're there. You know what I'm saying? Some hands-on training while you're there, as far as just like the jargon and stuff like that. Sit in front of a computer and then go watch somebody do it and they explain. Like you can learn pretty much every job like that. So going to this school for fucking 100 years to learn whatever the case, when you could be actually in the field, like being mentored, being apprenticed by somebody, you learn way faster. Everybody knows that when watching somebody do something or being hands-on with something, you learn way faster instead of trying to memorize books and take tests.
Yeah.
So
I
people
agree
don't
with
like,
that.
yeah,
I
people
agree
don't
with
like
that
me
completely.
for people don't like me for a specific thing that I do. Sometimes it gets me hired, and other times I think people really think that I'm trying to break down their business. It's not. I have a program that I wrote for myself. It's from all my years. I have over a decade of experience in dealing in compliance, and I like to study human behavior. So I have something that I call a competency profile. It's not about how many years you could put in. It's not about how young or how old you are. It's about how competent you are. And that thing right there tells me, based on how you speak, whether you're someone who should be enrolled in taking particular things that are going to be the benefit for that company. I even sometimes say it's the benefit of things that I say, you should probably leave that company, to be honest with you. I try not to even tell people that I have this program. It's gotten me into some particular businesses that I've worked for, and other ones they look at me and they go, we don't know if he's poaching or we don't know if he's about to ruin us. Because the scores if I can convince a company to roll it out, to have people sit there for about a week or two, because some people are lazy, they don't do it all in the first week, a week or two to finish the program. Some people are on vacation, whatever. But then they see where they assess as to what their strengths are and what they should really probably try to focus into. And I'm like, and then they all, you know what they all do? They all end up coming to me at the end of a week or in the middle of a week, and they're like, "Hey, so this is the score that I got to." Or they write me an email. What does this mean for me? And I write. It could be like 200, 300 employees, and I write them all back. Like, this is what it means for this. You might want to pick up this. Hey, I write them all personal emails. Like, hey, this is what this. Some people come, knock on the door. Hey, what's going on? Hey, can I walk with you real quick? Hey, I saw the score, but I got an 86. What does it mean? And I'm like, it means that. How long you been in this position? I've been doing this position for 5 years. Why is it you haven't reached out for anything else? It means that you have great possibilities, or that you could get other things going on outside of the business. If you just tweak your resume, or if you tweak your experience, if you picked up another certification, you could be worth almost double what you make right now. Have you ever thought about that? And they're like, no, this is what I did. This is what my mom did. Maybe you, and they don't like that. They don't like that when I do that. But the first time I really understood that this assessment work is when I ran it on myself. Like, so now I try to give other people that same opportunity when I do see it. And it's not an initial thing that I run in every
That's
every
fair. That
program or
sounds
every
like
company.
a colo self-evaluation. Like, bro, this is where
Well, it's
this is
literally
where you
called
at.
it's literally called a self-assessment. Most
Yeah.
people don't look at where they are, what they can do, what their interests are, and where they could be. That where they can be and where they are the key things that people don't think about. They only think
Right.
about who they are, and let's be honest, who you are tends to be what you do for a living, not who you are as an individual.
Yeah, a lot of the times that shit'll define you. Like, well, what do you do? You know?
And they don't think about where they can be, because where they can be translate as to what are you willing to do to meet specific spots, boxes, to get where you're going. So, like, this is why I tell people, like, who are you going to be in 10 years? I said this to some people in my chat so long for years. Who you are to be, you are now becoming. Have you thought about who you're going to be? Or are you just coasting? So when I try to bring this into business, hey, you've been here for 5 years. When I say to you, what are you planning to be the next 5 years? I'm not looking to just string you along, because if a business sees that you got nowhere else to go, they will fucking finesse you and you will never make money. You'll never make money. So who you want to be? Well, I want to be a person who's going to be, uh, at the top of this particular. So what is it going to take for you to get there? Well, I don't know. Great. I'm happy that you said you don't know. It's our job to give you action steps to get there because you don't know. So let's now work out a path. You have to ask yourself the right questions and do the research, and I'll do it with you so that we do know. And I'm going to write your profile right here, right here. This is what you don't know. This is where you're at. This is what you want. Let's start working on what you have to do to get there.
Well, yeah, for lack of better words, like you done got so complacent that you don't even know what your value is anymore.
You
So
you
let
have
me show
other
you where
people
you at.
tell you what you are and what you can be, or what you are and what you can do, and you don't think about the growth beyond yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
And
know.
I have so many people like that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that's become complacent like that that don't have drive or ambition. Like they get a little $17, $20, and they think that that's all that they can get. Like they don't want to go get no more certifications. They don't want to go get a degree. They don't want to put in no more work. They feel like some I done met people that feel like they're not even smart enough to do anything else. Right? Like they capped out at like 20, 17, whatever case it may be. And I look at them and I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know if I should feel sorry for them or feel sorry for myself because sometimes I feel like my ambition is a burden. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I look at them and they content and happy with what they got. So what? You know what I'm saying? Which one is? You know?
I hear you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I felt like that early. I want to say like 7 or 5 or 6 years ago. Because I was really opening my eyes to a lot of that. And by the way, there are some people for sure, do. And we're gonna run across people like that all our lives. All of us up here are gonna run across people like that. Some people, they found their lot in life and they're not ambitious. So when I say, by the way, when I say ambitious, as in they're not ambitious business wise, they're not ambitious financially. Some people are okay with the things that are outside of life. The things that make them feel good about, like they like the fact that their family's doing good, or the biggest thing for me, I don't care about living anywhere special or having a shit ton of money, whatever. I'm just happy that my kids are doing good. The fact that I'm able to work where I am and me and my husband is able to still travel, once a year, twice a year. Some people are okay with that. But also for the simple fact that there's also, for some people, they don't have the vision for what they could have. They're okay with what a company has allotted them. They haven't thought about anything outside of the framework of that company. So it becomes the status quo, the conditions of what the master has allowed you to be able to do. I can be able to go to Korea with you next year if I build up the PT to be able to do so. And I told people this: there's 365 days. You have to roughly work 260 to be allowed to. Some companies 10, the other companies 20 days off. There's
That's
365. You have to work at least 260 to be allotted 10, if not 20 days off. Think about that. That's crazy. You're muted, Kev.
Yeah, you muted.
Yeah, my bad. No, I'm muted because I don't want to be, you know what I mean, interrupting or whatever the case may be. But yeah, that is crazy. You working your whole life for somebody else's dream, you know? At some point in time, and maybe sometimes it take a nigga like you to pop in or step in and talk to somebody like, bro, you gotta realize your full potential. This ain't it for you, you
I'm
know?
considered dangerous.
There's also a lot of people that don't want to do that shit though. There's a lot of people that's just okay. Like,
Agreed.
let me just punch in my 9 to 5. There's worker ants for sure, you know?
And I don't. Here's what I don't. I don't mind them. Like, I'm not a rebel. I'm not saying you don't see it. We need to fight. We need to rise up. That's not me. That is not me.
Public enemy had to fight the power.
Yeah, that is
Yeah, I
not
get it.
me at all. I'm like,
Right.
Oh, you're comfortable? Say no more. Hey,
No problem.
we're gonna put you on the best path. If you don't want to move up, if you don't want to see management, because here's the thing: there are some people I run across. In fact, not even some. There's a lot of people I run across who would be great managers. They are so motivational. There are people who call into work and they go, "Hey, I'm Gretchen. I'm not feeling very good. I just didn't want to make my team feel down." They're finessing and they go like, "Who's there today? Who's there? Huh? Matilda's there? Yeah, I'm gonna show up to work."
Matilda.
They just want to know she's there because they want to work with her than the other people that they can't stand. There are some people that can pull a team together, but when you talk to these people, they're going, "I don't want to be a manager." And the reason why they don't want to be managers is because they've seen so many bad practitioners, bad experiences from management, or not even management. Sometimes it's upper people that have treated management with such disrespect and discontent that they're like, "I wouldn't want to put myself in that position. I am here. I would love to serve my team, but I think I'd rather serve my team as one of them than serve my team as someone who can have actionable power." Because I've seen what happens when you earn power. The more power you earn, people say you get the work, you get the power, you get the respect, you get the money, no. You get the respect, you get more red tape. You get more power, it's easy for you to get the fuck out the door.
You know, I seen
For
so
sure.
many
I gotta
people.
run. Not to cut you off, Didi, but I gotta run, Rest. I appreciate you having me up on the panel, bro. Looking forward to when you do this shit more often, my nigga. You already know. Love. Good to see y'all fellas. I gotta go.
Peace, Kev.
Peace.
Yeah, you made some great points, and especially as far as like management and power and shit like that. And you've been in the corporate world and shit like that, and it can be so dog eat dog, and then it can also be a lot of like ass kissing. You know what I'm saying? Ass kissing and brown nose, and that really like discouraged me in the beginning because I didn't really fit the mold to be kissing no ass and following behind nobody and being buddy buddy and us
Same.
being in a group and looking down at the staff and stuff like that. Like I didn't really like that, and I still don't. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of my fellow heads of their department, they kiss the administrator's ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not no ass kisser, so I just stay out the way. I just do my job. When it's time for us to come together, have meetings, I'm there. I put my input in, but when it's time to break, I just be on
Wow.
my job. Yeah, but
I understand.
they all stick together and all this type of stuff, and the administrators be leading them around like little dogs and shit. So
By
it's
the
like,
nose.
yeah, you feel me? So it's like some people don't want to deal with that too. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to deal with it, and it's been hell trying to navigate that, being in my position and trying to maintain my dignity. You know what I'm saying? And still be a man. You know what I'm saying? Not kissing nobody's ass in order to maintain my position because as well as I do, you can get railroaded out your position because you're not kissing ass and sucking up. They'll find a reason to get rid of you because you ain't fitting in. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
not that you're not doing your job, but they don't like you because you ain't part of the crew type shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing too when it comes to management and people's potential to do more. You might see that or experience that and just be like, nah. I've had somebody turn down a management position because he didn't want to deal with the responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, he was in a management position before. He couldn't get people to listen to him. Some people just not built for it. You feel me? Like some people ain't built for it. They think that they a police. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't like the police people. You know what I'm saying? It's just not in them. You feel me?
Yeah, I absolutely get that. It's funny because even when you're mentioning a lot of stuff like that, I was thinking about a warehouse that I worked at, and so many people were so afraid to talk to me. But after about a month or so, they were just like, "He's really staying out of people's ways," and like they kind of loosened up. And having a whole lot of conversation, I learned a lot about the things that we already know, like people who kiss ass and do whatever. And it's all about who could rate. I really don't like the whole who can kiss ass the most thing in order to get up on top. It really rubs me the wrong way. I really do think that the most competent person, and competency runs in so many different aspects. It could be the person who speaks, it could be the person who does the most work, it could be the people, honestly, it could be the person who makes the hardest decision that nobody else wants to make. Because sometimes, and I said this even before, is the CEO, I might even said it this stream, the CEO doesn't need to be the person who understands the entire facets of everything that's going on in the business, but it's the person who can make the hardest decision that nobody else wants to make.
Agreed. What up with it, Sasquatch?
Ain't nothing to it, brother. Competency is a funny thing. You can be competent in a whole vast segment of fields and a complete incompetent in something else, right? Like, for instance, when it comes to finances, I don't even know the language to speak. I say it wrong. I don't even know how to ask the questions I want to ask. However, I can lay a foundation. I can build a house. I can put a floor in. I can put the roof on it. I can do all of that stuff. But if you tried to get me to write it down to explain how, I'd miss a bunch of steps. But as far as walking out there and doing it, I've done it so many times that it just sort of, after I finish one thing, I start prepping another thing without any real conscious thought in it, because that's what's next. I'm competent at one thing, completing competency in another one.
This is the problem when it comes to competency on a very corporate level, I would say, for some people. And again, I don't know every aspect of corporations. There are definitely different styles of leadership or different styles of people who understand business. But like, even when I talk to some people who happen to be leaders in business, they're like, I miss the days when I can get more hands-on. It just didn't have to be meetings all day. And I get it. I absolutely get it. So when I tell you, like, it's like a resume, right? Let's be honest. The same way how you put it, Sasquatch, is the same way how I look at a resume. When you're on a resume, if you literally can put down everything you did, you would be like 4 pages in. It would, just for one job. For one job alone, you'd be like 4 pages in. So you got to crunch it all down to the most basic, the most important things, probably on a bullet point. And this is what someone has to read and try to think that you're capable or not. It's crazy, especially when you have to sit there with a recruiter who doesn't even understand your job and all they're reading is bullet points. When you are so multifaceted, you know more than what you can put on a page. Because why? We don't want to read more than a page. And if you've been working for more than one job, that one job alone is 4 pages. So if you worked 4 jobs in 10 years,
like, imagine me. I never worked a job for more than 6 months because I'd get tired of the people I was working with, and I came in here looking for a job. I could leave looking for a job, and it ain't no big thing.
But put this into play. Put this into place. Now, the things that you can explain on an interview, that you can give the whole list of everything you've been doing, you cannot possibly put on a single page.
My resume is 16 pages long.
And this is the thing that people are trying to judge you. They only want to see 1 page, maybe five bullet points. But you have all this. Come on. And this is why
I've had it get me a job.
So important. I think interviews are so important. I think we should train more on listening skills for interviews, even though I understand that time is important. But this is why you need people for that. But instead of relegating everything to AI, this is why you need people. So if you're gonna have an HR department, and the HR department now splits off into people who do recruiting, then those recruiting people, that's their job. Their job is to really get the nooks and crannies to what the fuck we're looking for, and not just 2 or 3 bullet points. Because honestly, I can use a guy like you, but there might be somebody who shows up, say, with a bachelor's degree, that claims that they know what you know, in 5 bullet points, the same 5 bullet points that you have, but you know what they have that you probably don't? Something that says that they're a master's or a bachelor's or whatever, and I'm supposed to just take that versus all your experience? Come on.
Dude, I have trained the bachelor's degree guy to come in and do the job that they shifted me over to a different department after he took over, and then trained the new guy in that department and got shifted to another department. And you know what happened there? I trained my replacement there who also had a master's degree. But you know
Facts.
what? They didn't fire me. They did not fire me. You know what they did? They shifted me over to maintenance and left me sitting in an office so that when something went wrong, they could come knock
They
on my
call
door
on
and be
you.
like, hey, we need something fixed over here. Those guys I trained ended up making, I don't know, $8 more an hour than I did doing all of their jobs. You clipped out.
Oh, sorry. That's the problem, though. It should have been the other way around. To be honest with you, you should have been given an office job, right? The replacement should have been for you, so that means they're taking your job, and you should have been making the $8 more.
I kind of got an office job out of it, but it was done specifically because I'm such an active person and I'm always doing something. I can't just sit around doing nothing. They stuck me in a supply closet.
I get supply closet. I get that. The aspect where I'm getting at is that if you have to hire someone who has a degree and you have to save their ass, that tells you how much your value is.
Another part of that was once I got put in maintenance and I got all of that straightened out, they put me in supply. And the maintenance office is like the size of my bedroom. The supply office is in the room with all the supplies, leaving a space the width of a desk. You know what I'm saying?
I've been through those. They made no. I mean, in the basement, in the back of the booth, in the corner of the dark. Yeah, I've been through that as well.
Ask me what I got fired for.
I don't know. I've been through some. It could be a.
I told a joke.
It could be.
I told a joke and everyone but one person laughed, right? I'm talking, there were 40 people standing around at the time and everybody's laughing and joking and having a big time, including the boss man. And
I'm not gonna ask the sex. I'm not gonna ask.
It was a man. It was a man.
Wow.
It was a man. Yes.
Didn't see that.
Hold on. It was a joke about crack. And I was fired on the spot.
Say the joke, Sasquatch. Do you remember what it was?
Not off the top of my head. He got so mad that he told me to go back to my station because we were supposed to be having like a safety meeting or something. And he was like, you go back there and wait on me. And I went back there and sat there. And
that's
waited.
crazy.
He came in. He said, we need to talk. I said, you need to change your tone of voice, bro.
That's a fact.
Like, no, I'm fixing to tell you how this is. I said, well, that is a very interesting circumstance because just because you're a crackhead don't mean you get mad at me for telling a joke. That's not my fault. That's your fault. And if you have a problem with that, you can talk to me outside. I'll be waiting. And I went and grabbed all my stuff and walked out to the car and packed it in, came back inside.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, it's your fault for being a crackhead. Like
you're insensitive, a sensitive crackhead. I'm not even sure how that works.
You a little too sensitive. You want to take a bump right now? You a little too high strung.
Yeah, go get you a rip, bro. You be good. He got mad, man. He got mad. Like he stopped the whole freaking meeting and everything because we were doing the meeting. He got a phone call and he stepped away from the phone talking and everybody, was talking back and forth, started telling jokes. He comes back and turns off the phone and standing there. And I was just started telling a joke and he waited patiently for me to finish and then turned bright fucking red. I'll talk to you in a minute. Go back to the station.
Yeah, that was bullshit. Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Yeah, no, I don't really rock with that. And honestly, like I think somehow, and I get it. I understand both aspects of it, but it's like you're hiring people who are naturally on the flaw. Not necessarily flaw, but you're hiring people. At this point, we shouldn't look at flaw. We shouldn't look at people as robots. You're hiring people to do a job. And sometimes the thing that you don't pay attention is that in order for you to get the job done, what you need to show is an act of humanity. And guess what comes with humanities? Absurdities, jokes, like so many things that you don't think about. Like people have looked at me and said, yo, they come to me, Resla, are you okay? I'm like, why are you asking me? Because I noticed that she was hitting on you. Are you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Well, I know that. Well, I know that you have a girlfriend, so I just want to know if you was okay with it. First of all, you're nosy as fuck, but also I'm fine with it. Like people are allowed to like. I, if she wants to hit on me, I'm fine. By the way, I've had guys at the job, gay guys, hit on me and they go, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to be." I'm like, dude, if you're comfortable and I haven't spazzed out, you're cool. I know who I am.
I used to enjoy going to gay bars with my gay friends because
See,
they
so-
have so much fun.
I'm mad. Like, so when I said that early on the internet, when I first got started here, first guys that were like, "You went to a gay bar? Yeah, you did what? You did what? Huh? You what?" Here's the funny part, because at the time when I was in uni, I had a split. I had like 4 guys who I knew who were gay, right? Well, actually, it was 3 guys at the time. One guy, we suspected he was gay, and he finally came out, and he was like, "Hey, wrestler," like he came, like we were drinking. I remember we were drinking Gay Goose at the time, Grey Goose at the time, and he
Floyd was right.
yo, yeah, I was living in Queens at the time, and he came out like and I was like, "Nigga, what?" And he was like, "Yeah," and he was like, "Yo, this is what I'm thinking," and I'm waiting for the worst. I'm like, I got boxing gloves in the corner, like I'm waiting for it to come up. And he's like, and none of that happened. He was like, "Listen, I just want to ask you something." I was like, "All right." I'm stringing shit up. I'm putting the gloves on. I'm like, I'm waiting. He's like, "Nah." He's like, honestly, I just want to know. I've never been in the atmosphere. I want to know if you can come to me to a gay club. So I said this before. He's like, "Come to a gay bar." So I was like, "Is that all you want?" Okay. Taking the clothes off. Okay, is that all you wanted? So I went and I told this online before. I was like, we went to the gay bar, the bartender straight, and he's like, "Yo, you don't belong here." So then he's like, "Yo," he saw me. He was like, "You don't belong here." But the guys out there, he's trying to he's trying to get his riz on. He's trying to get, he's trying to get acclimated. He's trying to be officially out in the gay bar. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm drinking my, and I felt like a bad bitch that night because I had guy after guy trying to give me fucking drinks. I'm like, is this what it feels like?
They was trying to turn you out, Resla. You just didn't know. They was finna turn your ass out.
Yo, they were trying. They were, and I mean, like, dude, they were buying.
And they're nice.
They were buying.
They're really nice.
They were so nice. And they were buying top shelf shit for me. They were trying to get me.
Yeah. They was trying to get you floppy guns so you could just wake up with your pants down. Like, what did I do?
Yo,
am I gay now?
Maybe not.
Yo, it was wild. And like, cause they were buying me, and then they were trying like, yeah, and they realized after having a conversation with me that because I was had a high drinking tolerance. After all, they're like, he's not cracking. All right, I'm gonna leave. And then the next guy would come in, and he would try, and I'm like, yeah, cool. Okay, yeah. Hey, another one of these, and we talk, and then that guy went and like, shit, this nigga's not cracking, like, and he leave. And then the last guy, when I was actually starting to feel something, I was like, I need to chill.
I need to go.
Get the fuck out of here.
I was like, I need to chill. And then my friend, he comes over to me and he's like, like this is great, but it's not really working. I need to go. And they're like, "Oh, who's your friend?" I was like, "This is my guy that I came in with. He's cool." And they're like,
"Did you start talking gay while you were there?"
No.
It happened to me, dude. I didn't even mean to.
No. I was like, this is my guy I came with. He's cool. Everything like not getting into a fight, trying to explain the situation. I'm like, this is my guy I came with. He's cool. Everything is cool. Yeah, he's not coming in to barge in between what you think is going on between us. And he's like, he's looking at me. He's like, I'm like, Eric has been driving me drink. We're good. The bartender, he's like sitting there. He's like, do I need you get another? He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fucking good. And he's like, yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm like, are you ready to go? He's like, okay, cool. Listen, it was great. Yo, it was talking to you, like Eric.
I sat down at the bar The bartender's back there. He's like 6'4", dressed as Greta Garbo. It was amazing. He looked over at me like as soon as I come in and plop down on the bar. I'm like, "Hi, how you doing?" And he's like,
Nah.
"Oh man." I was like, "What? Can I not just walk in and sit down?" He's like, "Are you here with somebody?" I'm like, "Yeah, but bro."
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened.
And he's like, "Oh wait, you're with Marilyn Monroe?" I was like, "Yeah, that's my bro." I don't know what to tell you, man.
But that's
like,
exactly what happened to me. I walked in.
Somebody come up, offered to buy me a drink, and I leaned over and I said, "No one touches my drinks but me."
Facts.
And he went, "Absolutely." And every time he poured it, every other drink got poured backstage, he put mine on the bar and poured it in front of me.
Sasquatch, if I got up to go take a piss and I came back, he would grab my drink and get me a new fucking drink every goddamn time. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what happened.
That lovely lady took care of me all night. Like
I got invited to like my son's mom. She used to go to gay clubs all the time, and she used to invite me all the time. I've been invited by other people too, but I just never had the courage to go because with the type of family and friends that I got, it wouldn't have been a good look. You know what I'm saying? I would have never been able to live it down. They would have been, you know what I'm saying? I know you guys probably don't care. And
no, you can't. No, I agree. You can't go with family and friends. I went with him and him only. So
well, I'm not saying go with family and friends. I'm saying that it would have been bad. Like my family would have looked at me a certain type of way, type shit. You know what I'm saying? Because
I get it.
I don't mind going, but just
my dad did get mad at me.
The backlash I would have got. But I want to bring it back around to the job conversation. Then I got to get out of here because you said something that put something on my mind. I want both of you guys' opinion before I get out of here.
Sure.
You spoke about like robots. You was like at work you don't want to be a robot and shit. What made me think about how AI is coming and finna take like a lot of fucking jobs. So I want to ask you guys, what do you think the future is going to look like? 20, 30 years when they say AI is going to take like 70% of these type jobs and shit. Like how is like what is it going to look like for men like us and like the jobs that we may have that get taken away from us? Like how are we going to make a living day to day? Like what does the future look like when AI take these massive amount of jobs away? What does it look like to you?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna go first, and I want Sasquatch to go first. I'm gonna be honest with you. You said 2030. That's like 4 years.
No. I said 20 or 30 years.
Oh, I thought you said 2030. He's by then he's the truth of the matter. We don't know, but also the same way how we're looking at AI today. First of all, we have to hope that AI gets to a point where they're able to even be really as competitive as human beings. But because right now we're only thinking about the intellectual parts of AI, which is mainly a digital, a programming based marketplace. So that means a lot of the physical aspects, a lot of the architectural things that still need to be reviewed by human people. This still needs to be a thing. Even if you have AI start trying to run fast food, let's say, you still need human people to be able to go through all that. AI will never be perfect because AI will always be flawed because we are flawed. So in 30 years, I can't really say, because it's not going to be AI that's going to be the major determining factor. There's going to be other technologies. Like this is what the best part about people like us in this age, right? It's not the fact that AI is now the pinnacle of the thing that we have to work on. We've grown up with the internet and technology. There might be something that may be bigger than what the concept of what we look at AI today. That's going to happen in the next 10 years. We don't know. We're just not talking about AI because we had a couple of weird, sketchy movies back in the 80s or 70s, but we're here in the 2000s, and it's still not even as great as we thought it would be, like HAL and shit like that. So imagine what it's going to be like, what we're going to be like. Never mind what AI is going to be, what we're going to be like. Because the idea is that AI is going to take off and be this big monumental thing, but we're still going to be stuck, like in a Stone Age or whatever. Let's remember, AI is being used for more than just business. It's also being used for health. which means that we may be able to expand our lifespans. Maybe we integrate new technologies within ourselves, not just within our phones or whatever, maybe within our own bodies. And now we got to worry about people hacking, but that's a whole but other thing that we got to worry about in the future. So the truth of the matter is that we don't know, but the ideal that there will be a future that is based on artificial intelligence and not humanity is not really a thing that's on my mind. But also, because I say this to a lot of people, this is going to be a problem for the future, because at someday, some point, you, your family, your mom, your grandparents, unless you have children for yourself, you're all going to die. So there's no sense in worrying about, like protecting the future from things that you can't protect, because you and no one else in history of human history has been able to protect anyone from evolution. So I try not to worry about it.
So I'm gonna reiterate it for you, Sasquatch, and I want you to go. So there's projections being made that AI is going to cause like massive layoffs, going to take over the workforce. If this is the case, what do you believe the future is going to look like?
White collar jobs are going to be suspect.
Well, first of all, the same way how now, the same way how 10 years from now, AI is not going to be the thing that takes over your job. The same way AI is not taking over people's jobs now. People who know how to use AI is going to take your job. It's not AI taking your job. It's people who know how to use it.
That's true.
Either you're going to be a person who wants to not be stubborn, like you're not going to be a Paul fucking Bunyan. I'm a chop shit down and use fucking bulls, pull my wood rather than using the steam engine. Which one are you going to be? It's people who know how to utilize AI that's going to take your job. It's not going to be AI that takes your job. To the point where people who know how to use AI versus AI itself, that's a conversation way down the line. Right now, in the next 10 years, that's not the conversation. 20 years, we can start talking about that.
White collar jobs are going to be lost in such a way as one person will be capable of doing several people's jobs. That's going to be an issue. But everything breaks. You'll always have to call me to come fix it. Everything breaks, bro.
So you're not
electrician. I'm not worried.
You'll never have AI fixing AI shit. You'll always need a physical person. You'll always need it.
My question is we know a lot of jobs are gonna go, like the telemarketing jobs, that shit's gonna go. Like a lot of like fast food restaurants, like they trying to automate these things, like Amazon automated, like even truck driving is gonna become automated. You know what I'm saying?
We'll see.
Yeah, because hold on. Truck driving will become automated, because look, you already have self-driving cars. They're trying to automate it. They was trying to build a highway so the self-driving trucks could just be on that highway. But anyway, those type of jobs, there's going to be a lot of jobs become, for lack of words, obsolete. Let's say that's the case, right? I'm saying, assuming this is the case, I don't want you guys to dispute it. I want you guys to engage in it. And if that's the case, like, what is going to happen to the people? Like, how are they going to live? Like, how do they like continue to make a living if the job market or the job field like drops tremendously to where you got like 90% of people in the workforce and it drops to like 40%? What is this 60% going to do? You know what I'm saying?
I'll let you go first, Sasquatch, because I have different theories, and I'm gonna try to think about the most.
I want you to engage. I want you to engage in the one that I gave, though. I don't want you to give me.
I'm trying to think about the future. So I thought about this for a little bit, but I have different theories. So I'm trying to think about the one that's most prominent to me. Go ahead, Sasquatch.
The people that are involved in the fields that are going to be taken over by AI are going to do one of three things. They are either going to learn to code and learn to use the AI. They're going to change jobs and go to something that's more blue collar oriented, if not actually a blue collar job. And if you're talking about, like, hypothetically speaking, the truckers, somebody has to train the AI and somebody has to go out there when the AI makes a mistake and get the truck out of the ditch or whatever. So there will always be a job for these people who can drive, because I can drive. I'm an excellent driver. I hate it. or I will not do it as a job. I did it as a job for a short period, realized that there are crazy people out there that want to kill me, and decided that wasn't for me. And when the AI
Sasquatch,
realizes,
Sasquatch. That is true, but I'm saying it'll still drop the number tremendously, right? If the truck is become automated, right, you're still going to have people that have to work on them and help,
sure,
but it's still going to drop from 100% to
yeah,
10%.
but
That's
the truckers, that's what I was saying, is the truckers are going to transfer from driving the trucks to driving the trucks that go and get the trucks.
but you can't have the same amount. You know what I mean? That number is going to drop tremendously because
No,
one
the
person.
number of trucks will increase hugely, and the number of truckers needed to go drive a tow truck to go pick up something that cut a tire or got off base or ran in a ditch or ran over a kid or whatever happened. You're going to have people who go deal with those problems that we don't currently have now, right?
Yeah, I think the number will still drop tremendously. Like once it becomes all automated,
No,
you probably
once
have
the
like
trucking
10%.
system is automated, there will be more trucks, more driverless vehicles. And for every 5 or 6 driverless vehicles, you will need a tow truck that is capable of going and dealing with those trucks. That individual will have to have a certain amount of education to deal with the AI aspect of it, and will also have a certain amount of white collar disposition to be able to make the phone calls and talk to corporate and deal with all that stuff. It's going to be a much more eclectic field. But with the more trucks, you'll have more tow trucks to go with it,
Yeah,
roadside
but
services and all that stuff.
have you ever thought about like let's say a truck break down and then they send an AI truck just to come and get it and hook it up and just go on and then bring it to the shop? But anyway, I don't want to get caught up on that aspect of it. The question still remains is that what does this future look like for you? Because you're saying what it sounds like you're saying to me is no matter how many people get put out of work, it'll still be enough. Those people will still have a job in order to work with the AI.
If they're willing.
I don't. I
Yes.
don't. Yeah,
I
I
don't think
think that key part is very important to what Sasquatch says. If they're willing, I mean, honestly, we don't. Here's the truth of the matter: we don't. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe ultimately, maybe if we're really gonna lean towards this aspect of that human beings are not really needed for technology, then maybe not just our nation, but the majority of the world will lean towards some sense of socialism, which is, I'm not gonna lie, is a depravity not for socialism itself, but it's a depravity for technology. And because if we come to a point, which is unfortunate that we're looking at this conversation, if we come to a point where technology is now responsible for the distribution, the rerouting, and everything of technology, it takes away something that we are already seeing the precipice of change that we're looking at now. And that is that people, human beings, are doing less innovation, less creativity, and leaving things up to other aspects of machinery, which means not for nothing, if you want to look at it as a matrix kind of thing, we're on the verge of extinction. Because if you don't keep moving, you die. And if technology brings us to a point as human beings where if we are consistently relying on technology to do things for us and we're not coming up with new ways to move forward and we're not looking for new things to do things, we're going to die eventually. Because the thing, I run across so many young people who they look at everything that already is versus you, I, Sasquatch, who have been here long enough to see technology grow with us. Grow with us. We can't say that for the younger people. It's already here.
There's things I can do that would completely baffle a younger person's mind.
Yes.
Because I was involved in, like, back before mouses were mouses and they were common. I can fully run Windows with my keyboard
Without a mouse.
without ever batting
Without a
an eye.
mouse.
And I have sat and watched kids staring at me going, "What are you doing?" Like,
Yeah.
my mouse doesn't work. I can't turn it off. I'm like, blip, 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 done.
But let's just go beyond that.
Sorcery.
But let's just go beyond that, which is more sad. The ideal that, and comedians have made a joke about this, the ideal that, hey, Sasquatch, let's just say, bro, shits and giggles, I'm going to send you an actual letter.
How would I read it?
Handwritten.
I can't even see it on my phone.
In cursive.
In cursive.
Right? Oh dear God, that's all we got to do to take over the world is change everything back to standard shift and write our plans in cursive.
So when I think about the future, here's the sad part about it. When I think about the human being for the future, and I think about everything, this is where I'm trying to tie it in to everything that we're happening today and trying to do a predictive model. Not that I do game theory, but like we already see that across the globe, there is a reduction in childbirth. We are officially now almost across the globe, more older people than there are the replacement of new people being born, right? This is why people across the globe are worried about Social Security, other things like that. This is almost, if you want to look at it as the globe, as the world, if you have to look at the planet itself as a reset, it's doing its job in resetting us. Because if technology has to come in to quote set forth the reset of what we're doing in abundance, because we can't have any more people, which means that if technology starts coming through and starts doing a whole lot of stuff to us, a lot of people are going to be even less inclined to have kids. So the idea of like, what are we going to do with all these people when technology and AI is here's the thing, there won't be a lot of people. It'll reset itself. There will, like, you should start looking at the Georgia Guidestone, because it might actually start going back to that.
I thought it hasn't been deciphered. Is that the one that hasn't been deciphered?
The Georgia Guidestones were written in 19 languages, bro. Like, it's well past deciphered. Yes.
I thought there was some language on it that they couldn't like decipher.
Oh no, it's been deciphered
and destroyed. By the way,
well,
they no longer stand.
What did it say? I forget.
750,000 people 1,250,000 people worldwide. You must reduce your population to
correct
200. Well, it was 250,000. Right? Or was it a billion? 250 million. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 250 million.
It was a quarter of a billion people. Yeah. That was the limit. And right now we're sitting at what? Depending on whether or not you believe China, 9 to 7, 7 to 9, somewhere in there.
We're way over that threshold.
So hold on. It said you must reduce your population that amount.
It used a poetic way.
It's a poetic way of saying that there is a threshold before things go out, before they're exerted.
I think that's true.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We're way beyond that point, and we're also running into a lot of issues that we talk about today. Like when we talk about people feed the hungry, right? Oh, we have enough food to feed the hungry, but then every year we hear about new ways to feed the hungry, because the most conventional ways are not the conventional ways anymore.
So, have you guys? So we talk about population control, right? And I read a fucking Alexander the Great biography, right? And it was talking about during the Greek times and shit like this, they used to have these subclass, these working class of people, right? And whenever this working class of people got too big, right, the high class people would just murder them like dogs. Every like, I think it was like 10 years or so many years, once their population they would literally thin out the herd. And that was the first time I ever heard in real life population control, to where, you know, the high class people just went out and did it. And then I think about it in this time, why wouldn't they be more smarter about it? Because now we talk about it and it's like conspiracy talk. But I actually read a biography, and you can look it up, that they actually would do this whenever the working class.
I'm surprised it took you this long, because honestly, Asia's been doing it. Asia's been doing it for way longer than that.
Look up the word tyrannos. Look up the root to the word tyranny.
Tyrannos,
and what a tyrant really was, and why we call tyrants today tyrants. Their purpose. When a city or a city-state came into a position that the Congress, the votes, none of that could solve the problem, they would elect a tyrant. And typically, this tyrant was not elected by the most votes, but by the It was a really weird voting process where people would vote for you or against you as a tyrant, right? And when you became a tyrant, your purpose was fix the problem. If it was overpopulation, deal with it.
Let me say it again.
And what times was it? What people?
Let me say it again. To make the decisions that the most moral person cannot make. I said it earlier.
Sin eater, a straight up sin eater. That was the purpose.
Earlier. To make the decision, to make the choices that moral people cannot make. I said it earlier. And this is, by the way, this is why corporate and a lot of different industries and even the politicians try to find people who are fit for be leadership. They want somebody who can make decisions that other people will not make. And this is why we have the whole 2 parties and 3 parties and whatever systems. But a lot of places, relative to the democratization of a lot of countries, ran on dictatorship because you needed someone who was willing to make the decisions that other people would not make. You weren't picked for being the strongest. You weren't picked for being the strongest, for being the smartest. You were picked for being the person who can make the decisions that other people could not make.
As an example, in the city of Tyre, at one point in time, they had a major disease roll through. The ruling elite were decimated. The general population seemed
like
to tolerate.
Just like Rome.
Before this would have been like right after Alexander the Great. Actually, just before Alexander the Great, because Alexander the Great decimated that city on his way through because they wouldn't let him in.
Oh,
that's where we get the word decimate. So before Alexander the Great came to Tyre,
they literally had people called Demisius just because of that.
Right. So the problem was a disease came into Tyre. The ruling elite lost population. They had to upgrade some people into that level of control, and they had to do something with the plebes, the unwashed masses. There are a couple of choices here. You can drown them, you can burn them, you could just kill them in the streets. One Tyrannos made the decision: we're not going to do any of that. We're going to ask for volunteers in this area to go to other cities to go make their work. They're going to be freed as being, it's not a slave in the classic sense, but your work was owned, even if you weren't. Right. And so a lot of people sold their slaves to other cities. They sold their slaves to armies. They sold their slaves away and eliminated as many as they could that way. And then they took all the old people and they put them on a boat and sent them out to sea. And then they took all the kids and brought them in. And they brought, nobody knows what happened to the old people.
Nobody knows what happened to
kids in and basically gave them a bunch of intelligence tests to determine who was smart enough. And some of those kids got elevated to elite status, and some of those kids got left out in the street. And then they killed 12,000 people right outside the gates and left them there.
Sure did.
Later, when Alexander the Great showed up, he had to go through what's referred to as the Garden of Bones, and that Garden of Bones was created by 3 cycles of Tyrannos.
Yeah,
3. One of them killed every single person that he felt needed to be killed. He marched them out of the city.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But that was the first Tyrannos, and is really I don't know about the first, but it was the reason we use the word tyrant the way we do today.
So these are Greeks?
Hellenistic, not right. Greeks. They're Tyr. Right, Tyr was eliminated. It's gone.
So these, I mean, Hellenistic is in the Greek times.
In the Greek. Yeah. Bronze Age, Middle Bronze Age, I think, maybe early.
Okay. It's early bronze.
Yeah. This is old school stuff that, like, if population becomes an issue and they won't leave,
they will settle it.
It will be settled. They will elect a person. And keep in mind, there was still the ruler, the emperor, the president, the king, whatever it was he was called. And a Tyrannos was elected, usually nominated either by the king, a local clergy, or some major businessman who was like, you know who'd be perfect for that problem? That guy. And then everybody else would come in and be like,
that guy was elected to your region and you did exactly what the fuck was happening.
Dude, he would show up with a legion walk in and be like, you're cool, you're not, everybody out. And when there was like 10,000 people that were allowed to stay, he'd take everybody else outside.
He would literally walk you up. He would walk as far as the notes go. He would walk you up, ask you who you are, who your father was, what they did, what you know, and then he would walk. That's a wrap.
That's true. He would check to see if you were useful, and if you were determined to be useful, he'd send your ass back inside and ask you what you were doing out here.
That's it.
If you had if you could write, if you could read, if you could do math, if you could do things that were useful that he cared about, he'd send you back in, and they'd send somebody else out to take his place.
If you weren't useful, if you didn't have potential, if you thought about even revenge, if you thought about revenge, you were gone.
Obviously, all of this started with dissidents right out the door.
All right, brother. Peace.
What was crazy about this is it would start with the dissidents, and this is one of the things that never even comes up as a conversation point until you get to like the middle of the 20th century or whatever, the concept of a dissident, right? In Tyre, if you started talking out against the royal family, the local guard that heard you might cut your throat right there.
They handle you. They hand you quickly.
They dealt with that shit immediately. On the other hand, what? Yeah, no, you didn't even say it. You didn't get it out your mouth good. Nobody heard it. But, and here's the imagine being a low level elite, right? Let's say you're a property owner, you get a vote, you're doing this whole thing, and you get a message saying, "Hey, we've elected Tommy as Tyrannos because we have too many people." You're probably not on that list, but there's no guarantee. The first people out, you start thinking, what have I said recently that might reflect badly on me and my house?
Damn, did I say that one thing when I was drunk? Like
a little drunk, maybe on some of that mad honey. I might not eat those mushrooms.
Honey wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nah.
And homeboy shows up at your house, takes you, your son, your nephew, leaves your wife, leaves your daughter, and leaves your sister, and marches you out in the street with a bunch of other guys. And then they ask you a few questions like, what's 12 times 12? Can you read this? What's written on the bottom of my shoe? All right, this way. And you go, because if you don't, they'll kill you in the street there.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I think a lot of people don't know about.
There was a big difference of the culture then. It was part of the culture, and there is some debate on some of this, right? Like there might have been some sort of caveat offered before the murders took place.
Well,
and that is saying you can leave.
If you had it also depends if you had people like rabbis and shit like that will willing to defend you. Like you could, if you had enough good standing with people, but that was that only helped us so much.
The only time I know of that actually had any effect was that decision was typically made before the Tyrannos walked out.
Yes,
because no one knew who Tyrannos was going to be until they stepped out the door. Because there would be 30 people nominated, and they'd sit around and argue about it for a week, and then they'd be like, "Look, somebody needs to solve the problem," and then they'd say, "You go deal with it," and they'd walk out, turn and look at the middle. He'd have a fucking pin on his shoulder with his toga, and he would walk out with the pin and go, and everybody
that's
slap
so
their chest.
I remember speaking to people probably about a year or so ago. A lot of people don't even understand the whole purpose of a pin. Honestly, it was more than a year ago. People didn't even understand the purpose of toga parties and the pins on and toga parties. Like I was like, I'm black. I shouldn't know anything, but I know what that means in toga parties.
You can read, right?
You said drop the link. Hold up, let me drop the link real quick. Hold up, I think I got it. Here we go. Got the link for you.
Tyrannos. Oh, Tyrannos.
Drop the link on. Oh yeah, you gotta look.
He wants like yeah, hold on, let me see if I can dig it up. I can't remember any of the freaking names, man. I just remember that each one was worse than the last until you got around to like the 10th one. And he did something no one else had done before this. He asked for volunteers. He was like, look, we need to deplete this 30,000 people. I need 30,000 people to get the fuck out. And
So here's the funny part about that. When we look at like a lot of people who talk about like today's day and age, oh my gosh, like, and I can't stand it. I was So somebody, actually, it was Crazy Mama who was in the chat on one of my last streams, and she was asking me what were my thoughts on. This is a side conversation, but she was asking me while we're having this conversation because it springs up the idea. What were my thoughts on Andrew Wilson? And I don't know if you saw it, Sasquatch, but it was the conversation that he just recently had with the recent post with trigonometry. I don't know if you saw it.
I saw some of it. I don't sit all the way through videos.
I haven't seen all of it. I saw like a couple of the highlights. Well, mainly I saw other people talking about it. I do think about covering it because her question was what do I generally think about Andrew Wilson? And I have my own particular thoughts on his style, but not about him. Because I don't know him. But I can say based on what I have seen about him and how he's interacted with other people that I've understood the particular style. I think people ask me for different reasons, to be honest with you. I think people ask me like, what do you think is your style? Because a lot of people, and you know this as well as I do, we come from a particular space where people think like, oh, it's a debate community. And I'm like, that's not my thought process. So do you understand his style enough to debate him and defeat him, you know? And I'm like, that's not what I'm thinking about. Not that I'm worried. Not that I am. Are you scared? You don't want to go up against Andrew? I don't care. I don't care. So I am thinking about like just looking at some of the most previous thing that was going on. And I have seen some things that made me think about a couple of things, but I think some people might be a little bit upset because there was a lot of things that he said that I do not for nothing. I agree with. I agree with. Probably not to the extent of what people were thinking, but there are aspects of things that's being said that I do agree with because I think he laid out his premise very well. And there are things that I hear on the other side, mainly from like Constantine, that I'm like, And I think it's more of not a progress of a debate, but more of a progress of just how we look at things in terms of being in human behavior. That's my thought, at least. It's funny. I was thinking about that right now when it comes to Crazy Mama who put that in my mind. As far as Tyrannos,
Yeah.
asking for volunteers.
Well, that's the thing there. This individual didn't have any actual power in and of
No.
himself. He only had power in the capacity of solving the particular thing. Now,
Well, he was put in charge of that, though. He was put in
Yeah.
charge of solving the problem.
right. But the meaning has become an illegitimate ruler that rules through fear, typically. Fear, power.
I forget what their power, what the name of their title was,
I
because
can't remember. It was like Tyrannos was just Tyrannos.
I feel like I should know this because the title hasn't changed ever since Jesus. The title
Right.
didn't change.
Exactly. I used to know the name of one in particular. He was my favorite. And I can't. It was like Chrysisimos or something like that. Chrysisimos. And what he did, he was the one that put the old folks on the ship. There was like a dozen sailors involved, and he put like 300 old people on a ship on a trireme, and they had to row away, and nobody knows what happened to those people. I'd be willing to bet dollars to donuts they ended up over by Carthage, just to guess.
Oh, don't act innocent. It was your question, and you made me think about it.
and by the way, it's Tyrannus, Tyrannus, Tyrannus.
It's Tyrannus.
The individual, the position was Tyrannus, the individual was the Tyranno.
Correct.
And this all has to do with Greek and etymology and all of that, but my brain isn't working at the moment. I'll remember that dude's name, and that dude will lead you to all the other ones, because it wasn't just Tyre. Tyre was just a place that it became known.
So according to what I'm looking at here, it does say that there is a particular word, I can't really say it, but it basically means magistrate edicts. And then the word I think we're both looking at, even though I can't really say if I remember that as being the word, but it's constitutional. What the fuck? It's
constitutional.
So yeah, it's CONSTITUI. Sorry, STNSTIUTIO.
Fucking Greeks, man.
Yo, like it's really like, what the fuck?
But the thing is that the definition of it changed whenever William Shakespeare, the Bard, utilized it in some of his plays, and he utilized it as an illegitimate leader ruling through force or power or force or fear. And that's the thing, is like, that's not what it was. And yeah, sure, you were scared of him. He showed up in your bar and went, you. He had 1,000 men behind him that's gonna make that happen. I mean, but that's not, he wasn't currently ruling. He was just arbitrating a given problem.
Yeah, just giving out the duties. That's what we
that is a totally different thing from I am king, I am emperor. That's not the same thing. There was some dude over here who was responsible for it. It wasn't me.
I'm just doing what he told me to do. I gotta do it. Like, I'm sorry, but
well, see, here's the thing, and this is something almost nobody bothers to get involved in. If you turn down the position, do you remember what happened?
That wasn't good for you. That's
not good.
Yeah. You what? You turned down this position?
You became one of the people that were part of the problem.
Yeah. You were not in a
okay. There's another completely off base. There was another Tyrannus that was elected. The problem was the water in the city was bad. They couldn't figure out why. They spent a shit ton of money trying to fix it. They tried to deal with it. So they appointed a Tyrannus to come deal with it. And he took his 1,000 freaking troops and followed the fucking water. They went to every house, every farm, every single place that there could be a problem. And directly, he found a guy who was basically had his latrine too close to the well. And they killed the whole family, brought all their heads back, burned the house, razed the farm to the ground, and plowed it under, freaking walled in the well and covered it. And that location was there's a word for it. I can't remember it. It was ostracized in a way that you can no longer live there. No one could live there because somebody screwed up once.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that one. That's crazy.
I think that one was in Athens, but I'm not certain. It might have been
I mean, a lot of things happened in Athens. So
a lot of shit happened.
In Athens. So
actually, I wonder, did so much stuff happen in Athens, or was it just there were literate people there to write about it?
No, it's a combination of both. Absolutely,
okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you know about Diogenes?
Some of the most literate people absolutely came from Athens. Absolutely.
What do you know about Diogenes?
I know less than I used to.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you a couple of stories, and then I'll get out of here. Diogenes, born a wealthy man. When he turned 17, 18, he got into an argument with his father. His father told him he couldn't live without all of this money, that he's been living in the lap of luxury. Diogenes is like, fuck you. He leaves, goes and couch surfs for a couple of years, ends up being picked up by like Aristotle or somebody. No, the guy who taught Aristotle, Epiphanes or whatever his name was. He learned from the same people who taught Aristotle. Aristotle
Right.
goes on to teach Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great hears a story about a kid that Aristotle went to school with who was a genius. He was brilliant. He was the smartest man Aristotle ever met. So when Alexander the Great becomes emperor of the universe, he decides he wants to go meet this brilliant man. He goes to Athens, walks around. Where's Diogenes? Where's Diogenes? You know, somebody says over there. Gets there. Diogenes is inside of a wine amphora with a bunch of dogs fighting over a bone. He goes up and looks at him and says, Diogenes, I've been searching the city for you. I wish to talk to you. He says, gets up and walks away, goes around behind a wall. And Alexander's like, okay, can you hear me? He's like, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay. All right. Maybe he's going to take a piss or something. I don't know. He turns around like, you know, any courteous person would while someone's using the bathroom. And directly, he feels something falling on him. Diogenes is standing on top of the wall, pissing on Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great's guards draw their swords and he says, stop.
Yeah.
Everybody stop. This is a man who hates absolutely everything, and I might be the only thing worth pissing on. So clearly I am. Because here's the thing. He once left the forum stating that you were all idiots. Aristotle defined a man as a bipedal hair, a bipedal. No. It was a bipedal. I can't remember how he put it. Anyway, the definition also fit a chicken if you plucked all the feathers. And so Diogenes pulled all the feathers off a chicken, walked out and hit Aristotle in the face with it, threw it like a fucking football. Whap! It says, there is your man, and that is all you are worth, and then left the forum. Now, this gentleman was allowed free entry into the forum his entire life because he was, and I quote, so brilliant. He was the very first skeptic.
Yeah, nah.
Homeboy was an absolute savage, dude. He was the first internet troll 4,000 years before the first internet post.
I mean, I could see. Here's the thing: a lot of people did not. Well, we gotta look at it back then. A lot of people did not understand wisdom for psychosis. Like they really didn't understand. They really didn't get it. They're like, yo, he's so crazy. Like he must see something that we don't. Like they would some really weird shit in order to make shit stick.
Okay, well, let's back up. Let's look at it. Aristotle was one of those people who believed in what do you call it? Reductionism, where you reduce it to its tiniest parts and then take each part and you discuss that. Excellent method. Unbelievably effective. Diogenes said it was for simpletons. Diogenes said, first of all, it's all fake. It's all in your head and you're blowing smoke up your own ass. And then he would lay some stuff down kind of like Alex Jones in like a crazy rant. And then he'd just leave. And the thing is, the forum has all these like procedures you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go in, you sign, you grab your lot, you give you your time. He didn't do none of that. He walked in, Aristotle would look over and go, damn, Diogenes is here. And the whole forum would just stop because you can't stop him. And also keep in mind, this was a very wealthy man. He was a voting person who lived in the street. He preferred the company of dogs and would also pee on them.
Yeah, that was really weird. I even when it was explained to, I did not get it.
An absurdist. He was an absurdist, sir. He was right up there with like Dalai, what's his
Dalai
name?
Lama?
Dalai. No, not Dalai Lama. The guy who did the paintings. Escher, something Dali, Salvador Dali did all of the absurdist paintings and the weird like esoteric bullshit. Escher, all those people. His thought process was, first, you are a man unless you're a woman. Now, that sounds like a really simple concept, but they're having problems in California currently.
Well, I mean,
So you are a man unless you're a woman.
Unless
if you're
you're
a woman, do not do the things that men do. You will be misunderstood. But he wouldn't say that. Instead,
No.
he would say, "Are you a man?"
Yes.
Yes. Then he'd kick you in the nuts to check.
Yeah.
Are you a woman? And if you said yes, he'd grab your tits and agree.
It was simple logic. That was all.
Savage.
Yeah.
Savage. You were not allowed to get up on your pedestal and tell everybody how to think without first learning how to think. He would walk in and completely just excoriate you in front of everybody, and they would let him, and he would leave.
We get away with it. Yeah, absolutely.
Completely away with it because he was a landowner. He had appointed his father, before his father passed, had appointed some slaves to take care of the estate because Diogenes couldn't be trusted with it. The wine amphora that he lived in with the dogs was one that he had bought with the last bit of money that he had. And he drank it all and shared it with dogs. And he said, instead of sharing it with the guys from the forum that had gone with him to buy it, he sent them away and kept the dogs.
Not that I'm surprised. Not that I'm surprised at all.
Not even a little bit. A man who would piss on Alexander the Great and expect to walk away from it. Actually, I'm not sure he expected to walk away, but keep in mind,
sure did. He sure did.
He did. Not only did he was praised by Alexander because, and this is one of the things, I've read everything that was ever written about Alexander the Great. He's one of my favorite rulers of all history, conquerors, whatever you want to call it. His methodology of dealing with a problem was very based, right? Ptolemy is probably the second most based leader if I had to put a finger on, and if not him, then Nicodemus. What do you know about Nicodemus?
I've heard, there's so much things I've heard about Nicodemus, but I don't really feel like I have a strong grasp on him.
So, all right, you're familiar with Ptolemy. He was given Egypt, and he ruled Egypt, and the Ptolemaic pharaohs beset from him. Right. Nicodemus was given the entire ocean. He was given the full navy, but he was not given a location to land them. Nicodemus, and I might be saying that name wrong, but he had to find somewhere to park his ships. And he couldn't go to Athens, and he couldn't go to Macedonia, couldn't go to any of these other locations that were friendly places. And he certainly couldn't go to Egypt since Ptolemy had taken that joint, and him and Ptolemy didn't actually get along very well. What's up? Welcome to the $2 club.
Oh, sorry. I did have Kev for the $10 earlier, and then I did have Stephen Hall over here as well. So I appreciate you guys for actually being here. But and to put you, yes, you're saying it right. It is Nicodemus.
So Nicodemus, he has, I don't know, 1,100 ships, probably 50,000 slaves. He's probably got, I don't know, 9,000 or 10,000 citizens, soldiers. And he has two choices. He could disassemble his ships and march them across Arabia to put them in the Mediterranean. Half his ships, all of his men. Or he can disassemble his ships and carry them to the Nile. Or he can try to go around the Horn of Africa. His decision was to split it down the middle. We got some decent ships, we got some really good ships, and then we have some magnificent ships that we built while we were in India. So he splits it down the middle. He sends, 120,000 people to disassemble ships.
Wait, is this the same?
Across Arabia.
I'm sorry. Is this the same Nicodemus that I'm thinking about from the Bible?
I don't think so.
Okay, so because I'm like, the Nicodemus I'm thinking about is from the Bible.
This guy was Alexander the Great's fifth or sixth in the command. He was his admiral. He ruled all of the Mediterranean. All right, so everything goes horribly wrong for this man. And I need to look up his name. I'm saying it wrong. Everything goes wrong for this dude. The crew that he sends to Egypt gets wiped out by some Egyptians. The crew that he sends around the Horn of Africa are never seen again. But there are some folks down in Somalia that have some really similar ideas and blue eyes. And then the people that he went with, who disassembled their ships, carried them across Arabia and rebuilt them in the Mediterranean, these guys, half of them die on the trek. Half the ships are lost. When he ends up getting back to the Mediterranean, you would think that that would be the end of this guy's story. He'd just go home and like raise a family or something. No. He's like, crap, I've lost 3/4 of our army. I need to rebuild. I have to take Egypt. So he does. He goes to different towns and he goes in as like a trader, trading with Babylonian goods that he had picked up from dealing with Alexander the Great. Alexander's dead. Most of the people here don't know yet. And so he comes in under the auspices of being one of Alexander's admirals. Gets amazing trade deals, right? Because they all know what he did to Tyre. We're not messing with that. That dude's a force of nature. If Alexander's out there and says you're working for him, we're good with that. So he builds his army, decides to go take Egypt because he believed he had been named by Alexander to be the next emperor. Ptolemy disagreed, and Ptolemy had all of Egypt and half of Babylon behind him. So when he goes and regroups, and goes and tries to take it, he never even makes it past the Delta. He takes an arrow from a random slave kid who saw him taking a piss and was like, I'm going to kill the admiral.
Got him.
He dies. The fleet pulls into freaking Egypt and becomes Egypt's fleet because wait, who did Alexander pick? And Ptolemy shows the ring and says, me. And you're like, oh, my bad. We were told something different. What do you want us to go do? Well, go trade. All right, here's our stuff. Hence the reason why Egypt, which is miraculously left entirely untouched by Alexander's rant through all of India and Arabia and all of that. And you know why? You know what the giveaway was? It just so happened their pharaoh had died like a week or two before Alexander showed up. The new pharaoh had just been put on the throne. And some dude was like, have you ever met Alexander? They were like, no. It's like, well, he just decimated Tyre.
Okay.
Homeboy's throat. The day Alexander landed in a place, get this, in a little town out near the Mediterranean called Alexandria. Figure that one out. He landed. They sent a priestess out from the temple of Ra who walked right into Alexander's camp. She walks in, looks around, decides in her own mind that probably the strongest, most beautiful man here would be Alexander, right? He walks up to Hephaestus, kneels to Hephaestus and says, Alexander, I turn over all of Egypt to you. Ra wishes to speak to you. And Alexander laughs. He's sitting over there on a saddle, leaned up against drinking, you know. No, it's okay. No, he too is Alexander. And so is he. And so is he. And so is he. He pulled a reverse Spartacus. Dude, if there was one person I could go back and talk to, if I had a time machine and the ability to speak ancient Greek, I would love to go talk to Alexander because I bet he could tell the best drinking stories. All right, I've been here too long. I got to go. I got other shit to do, dude. Much love.
Good. You're good.
Thank you for letting me up. I appreciate it. Your time is always valuable. Don't doubt it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Don't doubt it.
I don't doubt it. It's been a while since I've actually done this. This is actually pretty fun. I appreciate you being up here.
I think you do very well in a panel environment, provided you have control. And you do it well.
I listen. I took about a year off. I think I might try to work my way back.
You know my philosophy. You do you. It's your channel. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying you do well.
That's what. Trust me. I pay attention to what you said. I still follow a lot of the philosophies you brought for me.
I see
panel chillers, panel thrillers. I watch a lot. Listen, I pay attention to a lot of it. I do. I
Right,
still do.
right, right. Just if you need something, email me, bro. I'm right over here somewhere.
I appreciate it. I very much do. All right, man. See you next one. Oh man, this is a great time. As you guys know, it is rare. I know KM is lurking in the background. Like, you know, she been making ice for like 3 hours. She's like, I've been making ice. I'm listening, Wrestler. I've been making ice, which means she's looking at someone else's channels too. Anyway, so this is really good. I didn't think I was gonna run this long, but it's been a while since I've actually ran an actual panel. Look, rare. Yeah. Not rare enough for her to make ice though. I'm just saying. So there is that. Anyway, which is actually pretty good, pretty fun. I can't believe we're past 1 a.m. I did not expect to go past this time. And little bit of nostalgia in the aspect of her doing everything. But I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break on it, see how I feel about this, see how I feel about what I want to do in the future. Most likely, if it's not today, since we're at 1 o'clock in the morning, if not today, it will be Saturday when we probably have our next live. I just haven't put together a full schedule of what I could do because I'm like all over the place right now. But honestly, I had kind of fun today. We'll see how that kind of turns out. You said I went better than what you said? What you said? It went better than I thought it would. Honestly, it did. It really did. It went. I thought people was gonna be like, "Oh my god, wrestler just went live. Let me get my hand. Let me get my lube. Let me get my favorite dildo. Let me get ready to spread my cheeks." And it didn't turn out to be that way. So you're absolutely right. It did go better than what I thought it did. I try to pull a little bit back in to have a little bit of conversation what we're looking at. But yeah, I got some other aspects of things I want to talk about or things I want to look at. And I thought this one's a good conversation. I want to have not only a conversation about today, but also what other people's thoughts on. And it went pretty decent, pretty well. So yeah, but now I have to deep dive into a book, and I can't stop until I at least finish the chapter. I did say that, so I got my own personal promise that I have to make. What happened? You did bring back to the. Oh well, it got. Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with KM? It kind of got derailed because not only was I interested in the conversation, but I wasn't focusing because I had to piss. I really had to. It was distracting. I was like, I am gonna pee on myself if I don't get the hell up from this chair. But it has been a while since I had to do that. Usually, I am good at like getting up, saying you guys are good. Hey, take care of this. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, come back, whatever. But it has been so wild that I haven't done that in a while. It honestly, this is the third stream third stream in like 5 days that I've actually been on StreamYard, because normally I'm not on StreamYard. I just do my own thing. So it was like for me to remember, like, holy shit, like I totally forgot what I should do. You saw at the beginning of the stream, I was like, I'm talking. I totally forgot like how to highlight people, to click on people's links, to click on people's chats just to bring them up. Like you laugh like ha ha ha. I forgot just to click on you guys to show you on screen because I haven't done it in so long. So there's a lot in terms of content between what I do currently and now trying to get in that aspect of having conversation with people again. I'm gonna have to learn, but it was pretty good. So I was like, damn, I gotta really take a leak, and I was trying to figure out how I'm gonna do that, which was pretty interesting. I shouldn't have said that. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I did say it, so it is what it is. I do appreciate everybody being here. I know some of you are probably going up to Kev or whatever other places you're going to. Today is what, Thursday? Let me go look at my. It's officially Friday, so shit. I got to take out some garbage. I will most likely go live tonight. I'll just have to think about a topic, and if I have anything, I have to think about what to say. I don't know if it's gonna be a panel type conversation. I didn't expect it tonight, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes from there. I did like tonight. not to ruin a good thing, because if I just do it tomorrow, you never know what it turns out, especially because it's close to a goddamn weekend. You don't know. People are really they're rambunctious. They're very rambunctious. So I don't know what I'm gonna get. Some people think like, they didn't get their nut off because they didn't have the riz to get the girl that they were looking for. And therefore they're like, well, I'm gonna take it all out on Wrestlers panel. I'm gonna talk to whoever might show up and I'm gonna jizz all over it. And that's what make me probably not want to do the panel. So I don't know. Maybe I will probably write in the community post, and we'll see how we feel about that. But you said I'm not wrong. I mean, I know I'm not wrong. I have enough training in it now. So maybe I might do a community post to see how I feel about that. But to be honest with you, I think I'll be focusing on, at least I got some more stuff to do tomorrow. But then after that, I'll think about what the conversation will be and how it's gonna work out and how we could bring it all together, and maybe how I could make sure that we all stay on topic so that I don't have to worry about losing my mind and taking a piss break. And yeah, we can run it from there. I know Kev is doing his body cam footage video, at least as I saw on the other stuff. I got some other stuff that I need to work on, so I won't be really in his stream or whatever. And just been working on it probably on next stream, and some other stuff that I got working on because I got video shorts and things that I want to work on as well. We might get into that. And if anything, I'll see you in the next one. There's so much stuff I have to work for social media, redirecting and all kind of other shit. So it's been a little bit of a time away, but I do appreciate it. I'm not doing it tonight, and I will see you, I guess, in the next one. And I'm gonna rush you off because I think I might need to go drain my lizard again. If you didn't like to hear that, too goddamn bad. I said what I said, and we're gonna move on from there. I will see you guys in the next one, and take care of yourselves, take care of your family. At some point, we might have to make this official and actually do a season, not even season, an episode 2 of Opinionated. I just don't think I'm ready there yet since we open up the season. But we are in season quarter 2, so who knows? Who knows? You give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts and we'll think about it for the next one. All right? Later.